Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on this section here, I plan to give you the big picture on how this programming stuff actually works. And I wish somebody would have shown me this when I first started out, because I started writing in a language called C. That was very difficult, and I didn't know why I was coding in C. I never understood it until I learned other stuff. But it took me a while to figure things out. I don't want that to happen to you. I want you guys to have the big picture on what this programming stuff is really about. So I'm gonna give you an example here on many different languages on this section here, on how we can, what we do on those languages, or why we use them, right? And how to write on those languages. I don't expect you guys to follow me because you are total beginners and you don't know the syntax of these languages, but I want you to understand the concept, right? I'm gonna start out with HTML. Very simple web language, right? One thing I want to say, guys, is to have patience, okay? Bear with me until the end of this lecture. It's going to get kind of long, but I want you to just pause the video if you're getting tired or sleepy. And when you're getting sleepy, that means your brain is actually processing the data, the information, and it's trying to understand it. And it's boring, right? Because it's brand new. It's not understanding it, or it's trying to process something that's maybe uncomfortable. So keep that in mind, all right? That means that you're moving forward. So pause the video, take 5-minute break, 2 minutes, and come back to it if you feel like that, or go through it. Go fight through the motions and get this stuff done, because it's super important for you guys to finish these lectures, okay? Especially in this section, okay? All right. So first of all, let's go ahead and open up a browser. Now, when I say let's open up, I mean me, right? You can go ahead and do that yourself too, because you don't need any special skills to open the browser. As a matter of fact, you are using the browser right now to see this video, right? So whatever video you're watching is coming from another computer somewhere in the internet. And this is the first thing that we need to learn, right? So this browser here is a program that it's inside your device. Whoever programmed your device, the operating system on your device, allow this program to be installed. Whoever wrote this program created this program to be cross-platform. So I can use this Chrome browser in a Windows operating system. I can use it in a Mac like I'm using right now, and I can use it in a Linux system, in a Ubuntu system, operating system. This browser was built using this language C++. The code for this browser is in my computer somewhere. I'm gonna show you that later on, but not right now. So the code is somewhere in my computer. So when I click on the icon right here, when I double click it, my operating system knows that it needs to open this guy right here. Now, when I type in something here, like say, for example, Google, I'm sending something across the internet. I'm sending a request. That's what it's called. So let's just go here real quick. And I want to show you something. I'm not very good with slides, guys. And I want you guys to follow me until you cannot. But I want you to pay attention. Even if you fall asleep, or even if you get sleepy, I want you to pause the video and come back to it. They're going to get a little long, but this is very crucial for you guys to understand the big concept here on how things actually work. And I'm assuming you guys are brand new to programming, completely brand new, right? Especially to web programming. But anyway, since this is a PHP course, of course, we're going to talk about the web. So I want to show you something. I'm not very big on slides, and I would spend a lot of time doing that, so I prefer not to. But let me show you the picture here. So, and I just put how the internet, right? I didn't even finish it. So this is how the internet works, right? Let me copy image address here. Let's see if we can get a bigger image here. All right. So from your client, your computer right now, when we go on the browser, we type in a website address. That sends a request, right? That's what it's called. And it goes to a server somewhere. Right now, if I type it in here, I type in Google, it goes to the Google computer. That's called the server. Same thing. It goes to that computer, and that computer sends back what's called a HTTP response. That is the name they give it. All right. This is the HTTP request. This is the protocol. That's what it's called, the protocol. So it goes into the server. The server receives that information and sends it back. Now, since the browser, the main languages of the browser is HTML, CSS, and all this stuff here, that's what you're going to get. That's what you're seeing right here. When I type in that, this is what you're seeing. This is the response. So if I go to edwindiaz.com, for example, right, you're going to go to my computers, wherever I'm hosting, wherever I'm using this code in, right? You're seeing what I have on that computer. So if in the browser, I right-click on this and I do view page source, and by the way, when you right-click on it, this was programmed to do that. So when, the programmer was actually writing in the code, when you right-click on this window, you're gonna have this option, these bots with these main options. And when they click on the view page source, I want you guys to open this other window. I want you program to open this window. That's what it was programmed to do. And now we have this window that is showing what EdwinDiaz.com has behind the scenes in the source code, right? Some of it, at least. This is a mix of HTML tags and some JavaScript and other stuff in there. But the main thing here is that all this data that's not visible to the public is giving the browser information about what you want it to do. And this is coming from another computer somewhere else. This is coming from the Edwin computer. This is the response. This is the response back that we got from the server that your browser is actually displaying here. Guys, you don't need to understand this fully right now, but just get the main concept. The main concept here is that you're sending a request and you're getting some information back, because that's what the browsers are meant to do, right? You send a request and you get the information back. And this is how the browser is actually representing that data in your computer. If you didn't have internet, this wouldn't be possible. So this is why this is a web programming language, right? Because it works in the browser. Now, there are other languages that work in your computer that are called what? Software, right? So computer software, like desktop software. So these icons here are programs that are inside my computer. As a matter of fact, the browser is actually also inside the computer, but it's receiving data from the outside source. Some of this other stuff like the Finder, Photoshop and stuff don't receive data from outside. It stays in your computer, all right? So keep that in mind. I want you guys to understand that concept. Now, the browser here is written in a language called C++. So behind the scenes, the browser is programmed to understand other languages as well. So if I right-click on this, and guys, again, you don't need to do this, but this is when I click on inspect here, it's gonna open tools. I'm gonna make this smaller. This is the developer tools for the browser. This was programmed by the browser creators, whoever created the Chrome browser, right? For our developers, we have different options here to develop web applications, to look at the sources, the network, the performance, the memory, the application, and so on. This is meant for JavaScript stuff, HTML stuff, things like that, to do things here. So as you can see here now, if I wanted to, I can execute a JavaScript line here. For example, I can say alert, and I can say hello, just to show you. And if I press enter, you can see that says hello here. It gives me a pop-up window here. So I'm actually executing here a command in JavaScript telling the browser what to do, right? So even here, I could say, well, you know what? I want to add 1 + 1. How much is that? And if I press enter, you can see that it says 2. So JavaScript is a web programming language that it's built into the browser. So every browser out there is gonna understand JavaScript. It needs to understand JavaScript, all right? But it's not built using JavaScript. JavaScript is a web language. It's only gonna work in the browser. The browser will understand it, all right? So I want you to understand that concept. Now, when we want to write a programming language, or in a specific programming language, we need some type of editor, right? So I'm gonna open up here. I'm gonna open up a editor right here called Visual Studio Code. And if I create a folder here, I'm gonna call this example. Okay, let me just take that off here. I'm gonna call this example, just like this. And if I drop that in my editor, right, you can see that it's empty. If I create a file here, I'm gonna give this file an extension called HTML. HTML. Now, if I say hello and save my file, remember this file is in this folder, is in my computer. So, of course, the browser understands this stuff. So now if I drop that folder in here, right? You can see the address of where that file is located here. My users folder in my computer, it has the coding faculty username. It's in the desktop. This is the folder name. This is the file. This is the size, 5 bytes. This is the time and date, right? The date and time. If I go ahead but this was programmed to do that. When I dropped in there, the developers, the creators of this program said, hey, listen, when they drag a folder or a file, I want you to output this information. That's what they program into this code, right? They put in there. So if I go ahead and click on this file, you can see that we see a totally different thing now. We see a white background with some black text. Why is that? Well, that's because it was programmed into the browser that when it detects a extension of HTML, that it has to put a white background and black text because it was programmed to do that. We can change that. I'm going to show you that later. But let me give you just a little bit of information here. Let me give the browser a different thing to do. So I'm going to use what's called HTML tags, and I'm going to do a heading 1. This tag here is responsible for headings, all right? This is going to show a different style. So if I put this text right in between these tags here, and I save the file in my editor, this is that code editor. You're probably gonna download or downloaded this already, but don't worry too much about this. You don't have to follow me here, just pay attention. And if I go ahead and refresh my browser, you can see that the style changed. This is because the browser understands that, hey, it's expecting HTML code. That's what I'm giving it. But this is the H1 tag, and it has a specific style. If I use another tag, for example, let's just use the heading 4, right? And I put the same word. I'm just going to copy and paste that in there. And I save my file. Go back in here and I refresh. You can see now that the words are a different size. Let me just make sure that I delete that. Save my file again. Come back. If I refresh, you can see that they are a different size. So I'm giving the browser instructions based on that specific language, which is, in this case, HTML. But I can use other languages as well. We're going to see that later on. But this is just the beginning. So these tags here, this is the syntax. This is the rules of this language. These are tags that are already programmed into the browser to understand, right? So sometimes the browser doesn't understand some things and we have to actually download it from the internet somewhere. But we don't have to download anything now, especially HTML. The browser has it already built in to understand this stuff, all right? Not just HTML, but it understands CSS and understands JavaScript. So this is a web language. This is called a markup language because it's used to give the structure of the document, right? So if I go to, let's say, edwindiaz.com, and I right-click and I go view page source, this is the markup language. This is the structure of the house, the walls, right? So these HTML tags give the browser information about what this is all about, this page is all about. Remember that when you type in here something, it sends a request. Okay, keep that in mind. That's what it's doing. It's sending a request to another computer, which is sending back a response. Remember how that worked, right? I think I got that image back in here, but I want you to get this main concept, all right? We send that request from our computer to another computer, and that computer sends back a response that has HTML, CSS, which is this stuff here. And this is something that the browser catches, right? It receives that information, and it displays something like this, all right? Now, the mechanics on how this works, we're going to understand it later on, but just know that's the main fundamentals of this language. This is how this internet stuff actually works, right? But we're going to keep going on this and keep expanding so that way you guys understand the big concept. We're going to take it up a notch and we're going to go and look at other languages. But we're going to learn all this stuff later on in life, guys. I mean, in this course, obviously. And don't worry, don't overwhelm yourself. You don't have to understand it right now, but just understand at least the big concept, right? That we send data somewhere, then we receive it, and we get back. Our browser shows us this information like this, because it was programmed to do that. We're going to learn how this actually works later on, how from this we can have something like this in the browser. But for now, just understand this big concept about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript stuff. All right, let's go and take it up a notch, and let's go to the next lecture, and let's keep expanding on this. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So this section here, or this lecture actually, is going to be pretty exciting because I'm going to help you understand this big concept a lot more now. It's going to make a lot of sense for you. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab this here. We're going to make believe that we are developing some type of web application here. So this is the way we start in our computer. So in our computer, we start with a folder, and then we have a file inside that folder, right? So we have a folder, and then we have this editor. We drop that folder in there that has the code. Right now, it's just an index.html, right? And right now, let's just make believe that this is our application. This text here. Remember that when you're creating an application, it's going to have dozens and hundreds of lines sometimes. But we're just going to make believe that this is our web application, right? Just this folder and this file. Simple as that. So what do we need to show this to the world? Well, we need a hosting company, right? So if you go online and you say hosting company list, you're going to get a bunch of results. You're going to have the 10 best hosting sites and so on. And it's going to give you a bunch of companies, right? So what is a hosting company? A hosting company is another person just like you. In most cases, it's going to be a big company, but just a person like you with a computer. And guess what? They're just allowing other people files to be in their computer. So, you might be asking yourself, so that I can do that myself? Can I be a hosting company? Yes, you can. You can you can make your computer to be a server. A server is just a more supercomputer that has more memory, have more CPU power, because you need other people's files in your computer, or you're going to have many other files, right? So a server is just that. So now you can see here, it says Bluehost is actually the top one. This is the one that I recommend, but I created a hosting account with them, and I paid them the hosting fees, which is really cheap, by the way. And I have that if you want it on edwindiaz.com. If you go to resources, you can see that I'm also giving guys you the link to where you can actually find this really cheap for $1.99 a month, right? So what these companies allow us to do is to host our files in their computer, and they expose our computer files to the world, which in this case is going to be our website. This is the code here. So now let me show you this. So I have a site already. I'm going to go, and don't worry how this works. I'm going to go into the file manager where my files are in this computer. You see right now what you're seeing? This is their computer. I'm accessing that computer through the internet, through this URI here, right? So when I go in, this is the interface. This is what we have in that server. This is the home directory on that server. So this server has many different folders that have a lot of information inside. And this public_HTML, I'm going to expand this so you can see it. This is where my application lives. This is the public directory for where this application will live. In my case, I already have a website in there, but I want to show you something. I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to create another folder here. I'm going to call this example. Just like that. Just like I have right here, right? I have a folder called example. As a matter of fact, right, I'm going to compress this into a zip folder. I'm going to compress this. It's going to call example. It's going to be called example. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload it. So I'm going to delete it from here because I just created that, right? And I'm going to upload it. So I'm going to click on upload, and I'm going to drop it in there. And it's uploading right now. You see that? I'm going to go back to where I was. And now that example is right here on the zip folder, on the zip file. I'm going to right click it, and I'm going to extract it. It's going to be extracted into that public_HTML. So now that it's extracted, we have the same folder again. But guess what? When I double click it, you can see that index.html in there, right? So I already have a hosting account. I already have a domain hooked into it called Edwin Apps. And all I have to do is go to where that location of that folder is. So if I say Edwin Apps, which is my domain name on that provider, and I put example folder name, and I press enter, then I should get the same hello I had before, just like I do in my computer, which is right here. Isn't that awesome? So as you can see, we can start developing web applications right from our computer. And if we want to show it to the world, all we have to do is upload it to other people's computer, which in this case is going to be a hosting company. And if you wanted to create your own hosting company, you can. All you have to do is prepare your computer to do this. All right. So it's nothing. They don't have nothing special. Well, they might have a lot more money than us. They have the knowledge. They have the developers to do the stuff, but they just have a bunch of computers hooked up to the internet, and they allow other people to put their files in there like we just did right now. Right. We put our files that we have in our computer into their computer, which is right here somewhere. Right. And they are using their internet connection to send their response back to the server, which is in our computer. And then we get back that response here. And the browser shows us the response from the server, which in this case is just a word hello, right? But I can put some JavaScript in there. I can put JavaScript on that file if I wanted to. So if I go back to that file, let me just take all this off here, right? Let's go back into that file here. And then I'm going to right click it. This is the file that's inside their computer that is exposed to the internet. And again, you don't have to worry too much how that works now. Just get the big picture here, right? And I have a course on that shows you all this stuff, guys. We're gonna learn a lot of this stuff here, but that HTML CSS course is foundation for things like this, all right? Just know that. And again, that course can be found in my profile at Udemy, or just go and look for Edwin DSP HTML course, HTML, course, whatever, on Udemy. I don't know if it's available in Google like this. It's probably right here. See that? It's available in Udemy right here. That's the course. Anyway, so if I right click and I click edit HTML here, well, let's not edit HTML. Let's edit the code, actually, the source code. Just like that, you can see that it says that. But if I put some script tags in here, if I wanted to write some JavaScript, I'll put some script tags, so just like this. And I just put alert. I put some JavaScript in here, and I just do hello. Let's see if that works, right? So I'm going to save it, and I'm going to go back into that website, wherever that is. I forgot what it was. Actually, I'm going to have to type it in. So Edwin Apps example, enter. And you can see now that it gives me a pop-up right from the website, right? Because I have that code written in there. And the browser understands that that's coming in. But that's coming from another server somewhere else. So we start developing in our computer right here. This is called the local development environment, which is in our computer. And then we upload it somewhere else if we want other people to see it, like a hosting company like Bluehost in this case. It can be any other company, but we have Bluehost, right? And they usually have an interface called a file manager, which is a GUI, an interface where we can just see the folders and files that we have in that computer, in that special area that they got for us. Remember, these people have thousands and maybe millions of users, so they have a specific, and you can see the name here, the ID and stuff. They have a specific area in their computer for all the specific users. For me, they're going to have one area called 09796, whatever. For another one, they have another one, 0979830, whatever. So they have different areas for different users. Different, of course, all those folders are going to be different for, depending on the user. So this is the big concept here. We develop our applications online, offline in our computer. We upload them to other people's computer, in this case, a hosting company. And they expose our files, our computer programs to the world, right? Anyway, hopefully you understood that concept. Let's take it up a notch. Let's go to the next lecture, guys. Thank you so much. Hopefully you are enjoying this and learning a lot. I'm really happy that you're here. Really happy. I can feel it. And I hope you can feel that energy too. Anyway, guys, I'll see you on the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in the last lecture, we saw how we can start developing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript applications and even uploading it to the internet, right? We saw the workflow there. This is front-end stuff. This is front-end technology. This is front-end because it works on the browser without installing anything. So there are other things like back-end technology, like PHP or Python or other languages that need to be installed in your computer in order for those technologies to work. For example, let's just talk a little bit about PHP. PHP is a technology that works behind the scenes. Now, PHP was actually invented to give your HTML superpowers, and this is why you're taking this course, right? Because you want to learn some PHP. So here we go. So PHP, right, is detected by the browser by using a different extension. Let's just go ahead and create a file here called process.php, just like that, right? And now HTML tags are like this, but PHP language has different tags. For PHP language to work, you need to provide the less than symbol, the question mark, and PHP, just like that. Once you do that, then your file will be, now you can start writing PHP. So let's just write something very simple here. Let's just write a command here to say hello on the screen, like this. Now, if I don't write anything, if I just write some other code, PHP will not do anything. You will not see anything on PHP. Let me show you. So if I just write, and don't worry what this says, I'm just going to put this, if I just write this, which is going to be a variable, by the way, right? If I just write this, and I try to see this in the browser, let me show you. Let's go into the local directory. Let's actually open this here, and I'm gonna grab the process.php and drop it in the browser. You can see that now we see a different output. My browser is showing me what I wrote along with the PHP tags. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Remember that in here we have a white background with the text, but we don't see the HTML tags. But when I drop that PHP file in the browser, it's showing me the code, the source code. That's not what I want. You see, right now it's now understanding it because this is actually coming from the file system. It's coming from your computer. PHP needs a server to understand it. We need to download PHP to actually understand it. The browser doesn't understand PHP. So it gives you the source code. It doesn't interpret it. It doesn't compile it. It doesn't, interpret it. You're going to see how that works later, but it doesn't know. So we need to download PHP. So I have already downloaded a program, and we're going to do that later, or probably you're going to do that later if you're going to take this course, of course. But I already downloaded a program called XAMPP. And inside XAMPP, XAMPP is acting like a PHP server. It's acting like what we have online right here, right? What we have online right here, this hosting computer, right? This hosting company. If I go to File Manager, and I go into the public directory. Here, this public directory is the same thing as this htdocs in this program that I downloaded. It's the same thing, right? This is basically like a server. This XAMPP is basically like a server. These files here are my server. And this htdocs is my public_HTML. This is what's going to be exposed to the public. So just like this, here is my server. This is my home directory. These are the folders. And in here, we have the public directory that what people are going to see when they go visit my website. In this case, they're going to see the example folder because that's what I got in there, right? Let me see where I was. That's what I got in that example folder, right? I got an index.html. And now you might be thinking, so why don't I see the file? Why don't I see index.html? Because when we do index.html, your browser understands that's the home page, so it doesn't show it here. But I can write it. I can write index.html here. And you can see that it still gives me the same words, the same text that I got on my file. And it gives me that as well, right? So it's the same thing. It's just the browser doesn't need to output it to understand it. So once it finds an index, it doesn't show it here. All right. But if I go back into it, let me just take all this stuff that I'm not needing here off. I'm going to take that code off as well. So I'm going to edit this in my hosting, and I'm going to take that off. Right. So now I have that. And I can go back to it. I don't have that pop-up anymore. Right. So in my browser here, if I do that, let's go back into here to my editor here. So if I do this in there, if I create a process.php and I write this, watch this. I'm going to do that in here inside my hosting company. And this is called the cPanel, the file manager, right? So I'm going to go back in here. I'm inside my example. I'm going to be inside my example. And I'm going to create a file here called process.php. Just like that. And I'm going to edit this. And I want you to see what's happening online, because what's happening online is what's going to happen in your computer, basically. Or what happens in your computer is what's going to happen online most of the time. So I'm going to put some PHP tags in here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to just copy what I got here, and I'm going to just paste it in here. Save changes. And I'm going to go back into this. And now, instead, in the example, I'm going to write the process.php. I'm going to write that file and watch what's going to happen. Look, it's empty. But now it's very different than what we got here in our local computer, right? Remember, in our local computer, we don't have PHP installed, right? I'm using a program here called XAMPP, but I haven't used it yet. I haven't shown you how that works. But this program here called XAMPP is mimicking the server. It's making believe that we have a server. So if I put that example here, you're going to see that it works. But I wanted to show you how it works online first. So right now, my computer is now understanding it because I'm not using that server. But when I use a server online, this is a server already that understands PHP. This server from Bluehost, from this company understands PHP. So it's giving me a white background. It's understanding it. So let's go back into that and let's edit this. And let's just write another command here. And I'm going to actually echo. Echo means print or show on the screen. And this here is a variable. So this is holding the value hello. So when we assign values to variables, and you're going to learn that later, we do that from the right to the left. So this is an assignment operator. So we are assigning the hello to a variable. And then we are using this command echo to print out whatever's inside that variable. We use that by using the variable's name. This container, this variable has this inside. So when we click save, if I refresh now, you can see that it says hello. Let's go back in here, and just change this. Hello from server. Save. And now we refresh this, wait for it, because this is kind of slow. And you can see that it says hello from server. You see? But this happens because my server understands PHP. Your computer doesn't understand it yet. That's why it looks like this when we drop it in there. But now we're going to use this program called XAMPP. And remember what I told you is inside this htdocs. And this here would be my public_HTML. Let's just make believe that that's what that is, right? So I'm going to actually have this example. Let me see what I have that example folder. So I'm going to drop that example inside my make-believe server in my computer for development. This is a PHP development environment. I'm going to drop that in there. All right. So in my computer, let me use that program. Let me see if I can open that program. This is the program called XAMPP, right? And when it says welcome, I'm going to go and click here. This is going to open a file inside my computer. You see when it says localhost, that's inside my computer. And inside my computer is making believe I have a server. So I'm going to go to that folder and I'm going to go to that file, process.php, press enter. Let's go back into that file. And yeah, that's not working there. Let's open that file up where it's actually located. So I'm going to grab my editor and I'm going to grab that file, whatever that is now, because it's here. All right, let's come back here. I'm going to open that up in here. Give me 1 second. So I'm going to grab Visual Studio here. Sorry about that. My screen's all over the place. I'm going to click File. I'm going to open. I'm going to go to my applications. I'm going to find the XAMPP folder, the htdocs, and the example folder in my computer inside there. I'm going to click Open. I'm going to click Trust, and I'm going to go to the process.php. And I'm going to, of course, update my file to, to be the same as I have online. And this is going to be message here. Now, this is in my local computer here. Message. There we go. Let's make sure we spell it correctly, right? And then I'm going to bring back that page that I have on my computer inside the XAMPP htdocs. And I'm going to refresh. And you can see now that it says hello, right? So we're mimicking a server now in our computer, a PHP server using a program. So let's go back in here and let's update this. Hello from local computer. PHP server, PHP XAMPP, right? And then we save it, come back here and we refresh. You can see that. So here's the big takeaway from this. The browser doesn't understand PHP. We need to download it into our computer, and then we can use the .dot extension here, the .php extension, along with the PHP tags. This is the syntax. This is the rules of the language. This is the way that you need to write the language in order for it to work. You need to learn the language. So HTML looks different. We have HTML tags. PHP looks different. We have PHP tags. Then we close the PHP tags here, but right now we just keep it open because we're not writing anything down below. We're gonna learn that later. And then we write whatever we want for that language. These are PHP variables, PHP commands, all right? Simple as that. So we start developing in a program like XAMPP in our computer that mimics a server, right? It makes believe like it's a server. And this is like public underscore HTML. We put our files in there. We start developing it because we got to see things, how they work in the local development before we put them online, right? Before we drop them in our file managers in our computers. All right. So remember that we have this other stuff online. Before we drop them in here, we have to see how it works. And then we upload this stuff into our file manager, and then we see them in the real world, right? And this is just a small example. So remember, some languages are available in the browser, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We don't have to download anything, but for PHP, we do. And now we don't have to use a program like XAMPP in order for us to make PHP work. You can download PHP directly in your operating system without having a program, right? And you can execute it, without having anything. But this is the best way to do it, is downloading something that acts like a server, so that way you can drop your files in a very similar structure. So that way when you go online, things actually work as expected. Anyway, guys, again, you don't have to understand the whole thing here, but just understand the big concept. Some languages work different, as you saw there. We have to download PHP in order for the browser to understand it, right? We have to download it into that computer. Now, the reason why it's working online is because it's already inside their computer, all right? It's inside File Manager already. It's inside their computer. This is their interfaces here, and they have a bunch of stuff in their computer. So they have ways for us to deal with databases. We have the File Manager where we were. They have software that we can use, security. You can see software that we can install just by clicking a button. We can install all this stuff. Advanced features. We can even manage domains from here. There's a bunch of stuff they have in their server, but you can see here the username here, the primary domain for that server, the IP address, which is share. This is a share hosting environment. Excuse me. There is a lot of people out there using the same IP address for this server. So they have a username for each of us. We all have different usernames in this computer. This is the IP address to get to that. We got the home directory. We have the IP that I'm using right now. All right. So these are different metrics here. Now, you don't want to show this stuff to the world like I'm doing right now. I'm going to probably close this account or do something else with it, so that way this information is not visible to whoever is watching this video right now. But just know, maybe I'll blur it out on the video, so that way some people don't see it, right? You don't want everybody to see this information. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you understood some of it, and I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So I'm always trying to make things as easy as possible. I want you guys to understand this big picture so much, this big idea, that I'm always coming up with some ideas to make you guys understand it. But anyway, so I got this empty folder here. What I want to do is I want to show you how all these technologies actually work together. So this folder is completely empty. And I have this editor right here, right? So I'm going to create a index.html file, right? So in an index.html file, I could, of course, write some HTML. Hello, just like that, right? And if I open this up in a browser window, right, I'll get something like this, of course. Let me just come back here. And I'll get a file like this. Make sure that I put hello in there. And I can see the hello right there, right? Nice. We know that. Now, in this .html file, I can also use HTML tags called scripts to put JavaScript stuff. So I can use JavaScript not only to console stuff, which we have seen in the developer tools, right? Not only to do that, but I can also write in that document. Let me go back and, all right, let me just put this back in there. This is a little annoying sometimes. All right, so I can also do something like this, document write, and I can just say coming from JavaScript, just like that. And you can see that it says coming from JavaScript, right? So here's the thing. This in the HTML files, we could also use all the script tags to use all the languages like JavaScript. This is JavaScript stuff in here. JavaScript. All right. And this is a comment, by the way, this is the way we do a comment in JavaScript. Right. So this is front-end languages. Now I can also do CSS. All right. And I can just grab the whole body of the document and turn it into a background color of black. We'll see all this stuff later. I have an HTML and CSS course, by the way, guys. Really good. But anyway, you can see that this turned black completely. And I can go ahead and change that text into, this is pretty exciting, right? And I change that text into a white color, maybe like this, white. Now, if I go back, you can see that that color is white, right? So as you can see, by putting these tags here, like style, I can style the document. I can style this document, right? And I can, by putting the script tags, I can also write JavaScript in here. Now, what I cannot do, this is a front end stuff. This is the most front end that we can get. This is HTML, CSS, which is the styling. It's called CSS stuff. It's styling, basically. This is not just CSS. CSS, it would be the syntax right here. Style is just the tag. And we can also use script tags to write JavaScript. This is all front-end stuff. If I wanted to write PHP, I cannot just put a PHP tag in here like this and write PHP. I cannot do that. The reason is because this has an extension of .html. Now, to solve this problem, PHP came out with a solution. To solve this problem, we create an index.php file, just like that. And now I can grab all this stuff. Now, if you go in here, you can see that we still see coming from JavaScript. We can still see this problem. I mean, this thing. But that's because HTML extensions always take precedence, are always more important than PHP. It always comes first in the browser. But PHP came out with a solution, right? It says, hey, listen, you can copy everything you got in there into an index.php file, right? And we can, if you have a PHP server, you should be able to get the same stuff that you're getting here in the index.php, but you need to have a server, okay? So now if I just rename this to say something else like old, right? And I come back here, let me save the document, I come back here, you can see that it says we can't find the page, right? And we try to see the index.php, and we can see that it says, hey, PHP error. We cannot find a PHP executable because I am not in the server. I'm in my desktop, right? So if I put this in my server now, if I put that file, let me just close that. I'll open it up in a minute. But if I put this in my server now, which is a XAMPP, of course, and I put this in here, right? And now I go to that specific folder in the server, which is in localhost, and I'll go. That's the address in my local computer, right? It's called example underscore. Actually, and it's not even spelled correctly. It's called example underscore 2045, right? Just like that. Let me see. There we go. Let me just grab it from here, guys. Then we'll put it in here. Just like that. There we go. As you can see, it works, right? I don't even need an index here. It works if I have the right path, right? So you can see that I'm getting the same thing I was getting in the index.html. I'm getting it in the index.php. I'm gonna open this up now in there. I'm gonna go and cite that application in XAMPP. So that way we can see in this editor. Right, so I'm getting the same thing here. But what I can do now is that I can also use a PHP tag. So now that I'm inside a server and I'm using the .php extension, I can open a PHP tags and I can say echo here from PHP. Just like that. And now if I refresh, well, not here, but come back and what is that browser? I can't believe I lost it. Come back here. Sorry about that. But you can see now that it says from PHP here, right? So really nice stuff here. Let me put something here. Well, anyway, but you can see what I'm getting at, right? It's all together here because I haven't put spaces, but this is coming from JavaScript and then from PHP. But since I'm in a server, I'm using a different extension here. Now it allows me to write JavaScript stuff, style my page with CSS stuff, and even PHP, right? So really cool stuff. So this is the advantage of using this on the server, right? Using a PHP. You can write all these languages. But you cannot do that outside if you don't have, outside of PHP server, you cannot put PHP tags. Now, here's one thing that I want you guys to keep in mind. Let me just take all this out here. If I put this PHP tags and I don't close it, and I save my file and I come back here, you can see that I get an error here. There is an error behind it here, but my page is not showing. You see, in a PHP file, you don't have to close your tags if you don't have anything else under it. Since we have HTML, we need to close our tags with a question mark and a little greater than symbol here, right? Because we have other stuff down here. But if I had just a file, let's say process.php, for example, I never have to close it. I never have to do this because I don't have nothing else below it. This will still work fine, just like that. You don't see, I don't have any other errors because I don't have nothing below it. The only case where you need to close it is when you have stuff like other stuff under it, like HTML, JavaScript, or whatever, like we're doing here. So right now we are inserting PHP in between HTML stuff, right? By using PHP tags. But anyway, I want you to understand that difference, guy, that concept. That with PHP, you can have all these technologies included in that file, just like you do with HTML, but you got to make sure that you are in a PHP server to do that, like we are. All right. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. Hopefully that was clear, and I'll see you guys on the following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this section here, I want to introduce you guys to a backend technology, a backend language called SQL, Structure Query Language. This is a language that we use to communicate with databases. We're going to have PHP or maybe Python or the backend programming language communicating with this other language that deals with databases. So I have an empty folder right here in my desktop. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use any editor really to create a file inside that folder. So I'm going to just use Visual Studio Code, which is a free editor. And I'm going to create a file here called database.sqlite. Look at the extension I'm giving it. This is a database extension, right? Now, what I like about SQL or MySQL SQLite 3, which the one I'm going to be using, is that you can give your files any type of extension and it will work. Anyway, I'm going to press enter. That's the file. Doesn't have anything in there, right? So it's empty. I'm going to be using a editor specifically for databases. This editor is called DataGrip. This is coming from a company called JetBrains, and they have a little tool that's called Toolbots, and they have all their tools in here that I could use to communicate with any language, to use these tools in different languages. Like, for example, PHP Storm, I use it for PHP. DataGrip, I use it for databases. WebStorm, I use it for HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and stuff like that. PyCharm for Python stuff, right? Now, Visual Studio Code, which is the free one, we're gonna see this later, guys. Don't worry about it. We're gonna download this stuff later. I'm gonna walk you through it. You don't have to understand this stuff now. I'm just explaining it to you just to show you what my setup is right now. So I got this program right here that we use to communicate with databases. All right. I don't want you guys to do what I'm doing. I want you to pay attention. Remember, this is just trying to get the big idea on how things actually work. Okay? All right. So I'm going to create a data source in this program. The data source is for SQLite. I'm going to give it an identifier name, just like that. And the file is going to be called database. As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me see what happened to my data source. I'm going to have to click it again. Oh, hold up. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me go to that file where the file actually is located, which is an example databases. Yeah, right here. Yeah, data apply and okay, perfect. All right, so that file is completely empty. Okay, I want you to understand that completely empty, and it's right there inside this folder. You can see it right here. All right. So now the way that we communicate with this type of database is by using this language called SQL, all right? Structure Query Language. Now, let me go ahead. This is actually very small. So let me go ahead and make this bigger here for us to see. So I'm going to go and I'm going to pause this so you don't have to watch me look for it because I forgot where it is. Let me see if I think this is the one here. So I'm going to do 36 and okay. And there we go. That's big enough, right? All right. All right. So now what I got right here is the console. That means that I can write in that file. That's basically what I'm doing right now. I got a console open and I did that by, well, you can do a new query console here. So this query here, remember what we're going to be writing is a query. It's called SQL, this language that we're going to be writing, SQL. Structure Query Language, all right? So I'm going to be writing that query language because I know how to write SQL. I learned it, all right? So watch this. I'm going to create. And what I like about these tools, when you buy a tool that's actually high quality, you get some of this autocomplete stuff by the tool itself, all right? So I think we can do that with some free tools, but you know, when you pay for something, it's actually a little better. But anyway, so we create a table. This is what I'm going to be writing. And let me make this a little smaller. It's actually bothering me. It's kind of, oof, that's big. I meant that to be 36, not 70. There we go. All right. So we create a table, and I'm going to put just some conditions here. If it doesn't exist, and this table is going to be called tasks, just like that. I'm going to put a parenthesis, and then I'm going to say ID, create the ID, and I want this ID to be an integer, a number. And I want this to be the primary key. Don't worry too much about that. I want it to auto increment. Every time I insert a task, I want this ID to go 1, 2, 3, 4, auto increment, okay? You'll understand that later, but you don't have to now. And this other column is going to be called task, text, not null, just like that. And you might be thinking, Edwin, how do you remember this stuff? How do you know SQL? How do you know PHP, Python? Because practice, 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 right? Simple as that. So I'm going to show you something here. I'm going to show you how this actually looks behind the scenes. Well, not behind the scenes, but I want you to see how SQL table columns actually look, because I want you guys to have an idea on how things actually look, right? So this is what I'm actually referring to right here. So this is what our table will look like, right? Let me see. That looks really ugly there, all right? But you can see here on the left side, we have, this is a column, this is another column, and this here are rows. Horizontally, they are called rows. So these are the column names, all right? In our case, task ID is going to be a column, and task is going to be another column, all right? The ID would be right here somewhere, and it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then the task would be just a text field that we have just text, all right? So these are columns, what I'm doing here. This would be a column that would be integer, a number, and task would be a text that is not going to be null, meaning that it's, something has to be there, right? So once I run this, watch this. I run this, it says completed. That means everything worked good. If I had any errors, it would actually tell me, and I have a little check mark right here. So I'm going to go back in there, and I'm going to check to see what happened. I'm going to click main, and I click that, and you can see now that I have a table here. Look at that, tasks, just what I did right here. So I created a table, if it did not exist, called tasks. And look at that, right? And inside tasks, I have 2 columns, ID and task, just like I told you, an integer and a text task, right? So some of the stuff here, don't worry too much about, don't concern yourself with it right now. You're going to understand that in the future. But I hope that was clear enough to you. We wrote some SQL to create a table, a data structure. Remember that this is called SQL, all right? So structure, query, language. We are creating a structure here for our data. That's what the big idea on this here. We're creating this structure like the walls, the columns, and the rows. Now we got to put the data in there, right? We haven't put data in there, and I'm going to do that in the next lecture because I want you guys to digest. I want you guys to understand a little bit on this big idea, at least this concept here. We are creating the structure for data. That's basically what we're doing. All this stuff here, you don't have to concern yourself about it because this is a lot more technical, and you're going to understand that in the future. But the big idea is that we created a table, a structure called tasks. Inside the structure, we created 2 columns, one for IDs and one for task. One that has numbers that we have to, this is actually going to be inserted automatically because we put this here, auto increment. So that's, the database is going to do that for us. But task, we have to put this text ourselves in there, all right? And we got to use a programming language to do that. Right now, this programming language just creates databases, all right? We need a language to insert the database, to manage the data, right? We need a programming language like PHP or Python to insert the data, to read the data, to delete the data, to update the data. And we're going to do that in the next following lectures, all right? I want to give you the big idea, the complete big idea. I'll see you guys on the next following lecture. Take care. Hi, welcome back, my amazing student. So in the last lecture, we created our data structure using SQL. Now, SQL is not the only language that we can use for databases, but this is the one that we are using. This is the most common one used with PHP and Python. Now, we can use a programming language to insert data to manage these commands here, but we can also do that in the console, right? We are writing SQL here, right? So we can play around with SQL. We are using SQL, I meant. So I'm going to take that off, take all this stuff off from here, and I'm going to execute a new command, right? So now that we have a table right here called tasks, I can execute a command to insert data in there. We can update the data. We can read the data, delete the data, do whatever we want with the data. But we don't have any data there yet. So I'm going to use SQL to insert data. So I'm going to say insert into the task table that I got in there. All right. And I'm going to make sure that it's going to be in this task column. So I put the parentheses and the task. And then I got to give it the values, just like that. And I'll put another parenthesis because that is the way that we do this in this language. Remember, when I mention syntax, when I use this word syntax, I mean the rules of the language. That's what it is. Like the alphabet, the characters in the English language, right? We need to respect the syntax. So this is how it's written. So I got to put some stuff in here. I got to put some single quotes, and I'm going to write whatever text I want to put it in there, in that task column. So I'm going to say task coming from query console. Or let's just put data grip because that's the tool I'm using right now. Or from SQL console. Let's just put that one first. And then once I have that, then what I gotta do is execute it. And it should be there. Let me see. And columns. No, it wasn't there. Let's go back into the console. Let's do this. And it says, let's insert it. And now, when I double click it, you can see the data. So you can see the columns right here. We can see the column ID, and it has 1. And we can see the task, which is a text ID. If I put my cursor over, you can see it says text. And it says task coming from SQL. Now, this is not the way we do it when we are using a programming language, right? So when we use a programming language, we have to use something called an API, the way that that language communicates with this language, right? So now we have this file right here in this folder. And I got to use PHP or another language to communicate with this file. This is for the database. If I want to put data into that, I have to use a backend language like those languages that support SQL, right? SQLite. So when I say SQLite, that means this type of database. This is a type SQLite. Well, SQL is the language, all right? So what I'm going to do is I have this folder there. I'm going to use PHP Storm, which is, and you guys can use another one. You can use Visual Studio, but I'm going to use PHP Storm because, as a matter of fact, you know what? Let's just use this. I'm just going to use Visual Studio Code. It's simple, right? Simpler. Right there. It's right there available to us. Why not? So I'm going to just get here index.php, just like that, right? Now, of course, this is not going to work 100% right now. Why? Because we're not in the server. We are in my desktop, right? I could go ahead and open a PHP server in my computer. PHP has a built-in functionality where I can actually, it opens up a small server. So that's a little bit beyond the scope of this course to show you that. So I'm just going to follow what I've been doing with you guys so far. And I've been putting everything in htdocs, right? Simple as that. So I'm going to put that in there. Sorry about that. I'll put that database inside my server. All right. I want you to remember that. So I put that inside there. Now, let me actually, I need to open another window of Visual Studio because that's going to give me an error because I dropped the file from desktop before. I got to drop it now from here. And now we are inside there. There we go. All right, so now I got this index.php. Now, if I go into my browser, because I want to show you this in the browser, I could actually do this in a command line interface, and you guys won't see anything. But since I want you guys to see what's going on, I need to do this here in the browser. So I'm going to open up my server. I'm going to make sure my server is actually on, by the way. This is, remember, this is a program that's mimicking a server. It's acting like a server. It's not a server like the ones we have online, but it's acting like one. So it opens up this, and you can see that it's localhost that it says on top. This is my development server. This is the server that we're going to be working on. It's called localhost. And I got to go to the name of this folder that I got here, example underscore databases, in order for me to get there. So localhost example underscore databases, just like that. And now I'm in there. This is an empty folder, of course, right? Let me put my data grip down, and let's go back into Visual Studio Code right here. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So we can see the browser here on the right. So now, in order for me to create a communication between this file and my PHP, I have to use the PHP API to access this, right? So I got to, and guys, do not go and think that you have to understand this. I'm just giving you guys an example. I'm going to be writing PHP right now, okay? So bear with me for a minute. So don't go crazy and think that oh my God, I didn't understand it. Edwin doesn't know how to explain it. This is just so you guys get the big idea, remember? All right, so I'm just creating a variable here, and you're gonna learn this stuff later, later on, so don't concern yourself too much with it. This is basically a PHP connecting to the database. So I'm gonna be using these functionalities from PHP that offers me a way to communicate with this type of database. And I'm saying, hey, I want to connect with SQLite database. And the database name, which is this guy right here, is called database.sqlite. Simple as that. Okay? I'm going to close that. And that's it. So this connection here is included in this variable. This is called a variable is like a container, right? So we're putting all this functionality, all that database stuff, all that connection inside this variable, this container. So I can use it later on. So I can grab this container now and use it in my, program. So now what I can do here is super simple. I'm going to use another variable to hold that result of what I'm about to do. I'm going to grab the container, that variable that I got right here, which is the connection, and I'm going to query it. So I got a function called query. We're going to do what we did in data grid. Remember that? We did that console thing, right? So I'm going to execute another, and this is the same thing as going to data grid here. I'll show you. And doing it right here in the console, right? So the same thing we're going to do. We're going to do select all from task, just like that. And if I run this just like that, you can see that it gives me a result here, task coming from SQL. So I'm running another SQL here, and it's giving me the result. It's going inside this file and bringing me whatever this file has in there as a task, whatever task I have. Is giving it to me down there, all right? Basically, that's what we're going to be doing with this language, all right? So let's go back into this. Let me just bring this down. So now I got PHP. I want to execute that same query that I did there. And I say, hey, select everything from task. I'm using PHP to do that. I could use another language like Python, all right? So once I have that, now I got to use PHP, something called a loop, and we're going to look into that later, but we'll loop into that result because they're going to be different results later. We'll loop through that as a row. Remember what I told you about row? Rows are horizontal, but it doesn't really matter much here. But we'll get through that row, and we want all that data that's inside that row. Remember, let me see if I put it in here. All right, remember the rows are like this. So if I had 10 rows, I want all the data from that row, the task, first task, the second task, the third task, and that's what we're doing here. We got to loop through that row, and we want all that, whatever it's on those rows. We only have one here, so we're just going to say echo, which is to print something on the browser, and we're going to access that variable that we created there, and we're going to get the ID, all right? The ID row, and then we're going to put it together with a space and so that way I can see the other row which is going to be a task. We can see that text. All right. And I'm just putting a space here. So when you see on the browser, each of them will go on top of each other. If I have more data, I'm going to save it. And then I'm going to go to my browser here and I'm going to refresh it. And it's going to fail. Let me see something here. So I'm going to put some functions here to see the errors that I'm getting. Let me see if all right. I was going to put some functions here, but I can see my error here. I forgot to close the line right here with a semicolon in PHP, right? So now I come here and I refresh it and I still got that. So let me go back in here. There's something wrong here. I might have a misspelled somewhere. I can't see it now. So that's why it's good to always have functions to help you debug or at least analyze your code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some functions here to show me the errors. So I'm going to set INI, set, and I'm going to pause this and I'm going to be right back. I'm going to try to get this function somewhere. I paused the video for like a second just to get these functionalities from PHP. So this is going to help me display the errors that I got in here. So I'm going to refresh this. And you can see now that if I maximize this, it says uncaught PDO exception, unable to open database file. For some reason, this is not allowing me to open the file called, should say it here, but it's not allowing me to open this file for some reason, all right? So I'll figure that out in a minute. All right, I figure out that I do have the wrong file path here. So instead of DB, for some reason, usually what we do when we have a database is that we create a folder. I'm just gonna create it right now, to be honest with you. It's just good practice. And I'm just gonna drop that in there. And now it should work because now we have a correct file path, right? DB. If I didn't have this folder here, then it would be like this, right? That would be the path. It's SQLite : database, .SQLite. But it should work now. So let's save the file and let's refresh it. And now you can see that it says task coming from SQL console, right? And that's the one that we're doing, right? So really, really cool stuff. Now, if I wanted to insert data, it's basically very, very simple. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. I'm going to go ahead and, as a matter of fact, let's do that in the next lecture. This lecture is getting kind of long. So you saw how we were able to query stuff and even show it in the browser using a language like PHP, right? The same thing that we did in DataGrip when we created when we play around in the console, right? We did the select all from task. And when we ran this, we saw that in the console right here in the output. We're just using a programming language to do that and then showing that on the browser. That's all we're doing here. And this is how the backend technologies actually work. Now, this is actually putting it in the browser so we can see it, but we don't have to always put it in the browser. It could be in a terminal. It could be in a window like this, right? I do a lot of stuff in this window here. I don't need a browser sometimes when I'm creating software programs, right? The browser, we need it for web applications. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. And I'll see you on the next following lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So I hope you guys are getting a good idea on what's actually going on here. Now, you might not see a usage for this. You might not see a way to be using this yet because you're brand new, but you're getting the idea how this actually works, right? So we are using a language like PHP to communicate with another language, another backend language to pull data out, right? We're using this API, and when I say API, it means that PHP has some built-in functionality that allows us to write SQL. Remember, this is structured query language. This is SQL inside this parenthesis right here. And we're using, and this is PHP outside. So PHP is allowing us, with this functionality, with this API, allowing us to write SQL, right? Super simple. So we're communicating with this API with the database. Now, I want to pull some data from here. I actually want to put data in there. I want to insert it because I want to show you how this is done with a different approach here. Instead of querying to select data, to pull data out, we're going to query to insert. So let me show you. So here, basically, to do this, and I'm going to put that down here. So I commented everything out. I'm going to show you how to do all this stuff later, guys. Just pay attention to what I'm doing, all right? So, all right. So if I wanted to actually insert data, I would have to access the database communication, the connection right here, all right? And I'm going to say, I want to execute something, right? I'm not going to query the database to get data out. This is, I'm going to execute. This is just to insert a task. When we're doing execute, it's to insert. Then later on, we'll query the database to make sure that we get the stuff out. But right now, when we are inserting data, we execute it. So let's go and insert into task. That's the table, remember that. We'll put some parentheses. Same thing we did in the data grep tool, in data grep editor. And then we'll say in the task column, and then we'll put the values, all right? And values in parentheses. I'm gonna say coming from PHP language or PHP API, right? Application programming interface. Simple as that. That's what API actually is, right? So let's go here and save that. Well, let's actually make sure that once we do that, let me see, that should actually work. I'm just going to put an echo here just to say insert it, data. Let's just put a semicolon here because that's the rule of this language. Every time we finish a statement, this is called a statement, we need to put a semicolon to say, hey, we're done. Go to the next line. And we're going to say data inserted here just to get some info in the browser, right? And then we'll come here and we'll do refresh. And it says SQL attempt to write read-only database. So this is a read-only database. So we created a read-only database. Give me 1 second here. Let me make sure that this has the right permissions. So this file here is in my desktop somewhere. I'm going to make sure that it has permissions. I just remember it's not on the desktop. It's on the application on XAMPP right here, the one that's actually acting like a server. So I'm going to make sure that this here has the right permissions. So get info, and you can see that it doesn't have the right permissions. So I can only read stuff in there. So I'm going to read and write for staff and for everybody else. Let me just open this up. So read and write and apply to enclose items. Right. I know this is not the same thing in every operating system. All right. I think in Windows, you can just right click and, you know, in Windows, you shouldn't have any problem. But anyway, we'll address all those issues later on. I just want to run this and make sure that it works. Refresh. And you can see now that it says data inserted. All right. So now that data inserted, if I go to my data grep and I look into that data, and we need a tool, we're always going to need a tool to look at stuff like this. All right. Just keep that in mind. Not every tool will allow you to see what's inside a specific language like SQL. You need a special tool for that. I'm going to be using data grep, but you can always use Visual Studio Code. You can put a plugin in there, and that will allow you to see what's going on in there. But we'll do that later. So right now, I'll just see what's going on in here. And you can see now that inside tasks, we have another task, right? We have another coming from PHP API. You can see that in there, right? And we can also, of course, see this. You can come back here and we could uncomment this. These are comments, by the way. Every language has them. And then we just write them in PHP with forward slashes. All right. And if I go here and I refresh, you can see now that we can see two tasks. One that was coming from the SQL console that we did before. And now this one is coming from PHP. Right. And to update data, to delete data, we'll use different APIs and so on. different ways of doing things in that specific language. In this case, we're using PHP to do this. If we were using Python, then we would have to use a Python extension, and then we will have to use the Python language that's written very differently than PHP. All right, even though the main concept is the same, the language syntax, the way the language is written is different. Like for example, in Python, you don't put semicolons there, but in PHP, you do that. All right, but anyway, we'll get to things like that in the future. But right now, we're learning PHP, right? And we are learning how this big idea actually thing is, right? This big programming stuff that I'm trying to put together in your head so that when we get to those lectures, you guys got the big idea first, and you know exactly what your end result will be when you're done with this course or any other course in programming, right? You'll know exactly what the heck you're doing, right? All right. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this big idea section here, I want you guys to just pay attention to what I'm doing, guys. So I know you guys are eager to start, and we will do that in the following lectures. But right now, just pay attention. All right. So we understand the big idea here, right? We use PHP, a programming language, a backend programming language, to communicate with another programming language to write data into a file, into a database file. This is the database file called SQLite. This is the structure, the data structure that we're following, right? SQL structure. So we are using the browser here to see it. Now, keep in mind that PHP and HTML, they work closely together. They work together. PHP was actually created to work with HTML. So the reason why you're seeing this in the browser is because PHP's relationship with HTML, they're brothers, all right? This is why you're seeing this stuff here. So keep that in mind. This is why we can use the echo and we can see this in the browser. But other technologies don't have this functionality, all right? This close relationship with HTML. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the distinction of back-end and front-end. So that way, in a more practical approach, so that way you can see it. When I say practical approach, of course, instead of me talking, I will show you in this code here. So what I'm going to do, instead of using index.php, I'm going to name this tasks. Let me come back here. I'm going to create a folder actually called API. This is very common in programming. And inside here, I'm going to create a file called tasks, task.php. All right? Simple as that. And now the code that I have in there, this code, I'm going to take it over there. I'm going to take this guy and I'm going to put it right there. All right. So you can see that this file is inside. As a matter of fact, I don't know why I'm complicating stuff. I should leave this outside. I'm just going to leave it outside and forget about this folder. This is getting too complex. I don't want you guys to confuse stuff. So I created this new file here. Let me just make sure that I put the PHP tags in here. Just like that, right? So now we're doing the same thing in both files, but instead of index, I'm going to make this short. I'm going to create another file called index.html. And this one here, I'm just going to rename it to index_old. So it doesn't work, right? So in this index file, I can just say hello. Now, watch what's going to happen here. If I refresh, even though I didn't have to put it in here, I didn't have to put index.html, my browser understands that that's the file that I want. How it does that? Well, with the extension, it's .html. So .html is always going to replace index.php. So for example, if I leave this index.php just like that, if I refresh, it's always going to see index.html. And again, the reason, and I told you this before, but the reason why we don't need to put that in there is because the browser understands that every time we type in index, it's the homepage of the app. So it doesn't need to put it on top. Any other file, we need to put the name of the file on top of in the URI here, okay? The URL address bar. So I could just leave it like that, but I just want you guys to know that this is not working. So I'm going to put old. Okay. Simple as that. So, excuse me. So what we're going to do here is we're going to communicate with the database, and we want to send the data back into whoever is asking for it. Okay. Simple as that. So I'm going to set up some stuff here, and you don't have to understand this stuff. This is some attributes that I'm going to set. This is some function here that I'm going to do. And you're going to understand all this stuff later. Basically, this is just setting up some settings to make sure that we are able to get all this functionality working correctly. So PDO, and then we'll do error mode exception, so we can see what's going on. We can get errors. And now we're going to fetch. This is called fetch all the tasks. Right? So then we'll do here is we'll create another variable, and this will be DB, and we'll do the query here. Okay, and we're going to say select all from task, and that's it. Okay, and that's it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure that I put that in there, and then the task will be in a variable, and I'll get this from this variable called stm, this guy right here. Let's put another T here. Usually this is called a statement. So I'm just using a variable here. I'm naming it whatever I want, by the way. Variables, you can do that. So we're going to fetch everything. So we got this method that will fetch everything, video, and we'll say we're going to fetch it. Fetch as an associate array, and we'll learn all that stuff later. All right. And then I'll use echo to send it to the browser. So with this, let me just do this, encode. We encode it for JSON data. We'll learn all that stuff later. So what do we got here? And we're going to start doing this later on, but look, we are connecting to the database. We're setting some settings here for this connection, and we are querying the database for all our tasks. We're sending this in as an associative array. That's what we're saying here, but we're fetching everything, assigning it to this variable, and then we are echoing all this stuff in here. So now if I refresh in here, we don't see anything, of course, because I'm not using that file, right? If I was using that file, for example, if I was doing this, tasks.php, right, we'll see that it has some errors. So we'll come back to the old guy here, and we'll put this on top and see what's going on. And then we'll refresh it, and we can see that it says, hey, there is a syntax error, right? Syntax means something I wrote that's wrong. And it's telling me exactly where it is. It's giving me, well, it's not telling me exactly, but it's near from. So this from, okay, so I forgot the little asterisk right here. Refresh, and now you can see that I'm getting something. So this is pretty exciting, right? Because we got the data now. So I want you guys to start getting used to these terminologies and this, things that I actually speak about, because later on we're going to be using them a lot, and I'm not going to be giving you so many explanations anymore. But right now what we're doing is we're hitting an endpoint. It's called endpoint. So we're getting the data from our server. We're using PHP as a server, right? PHP is a backend technology to get the data. Now, the reason we're seeing this data here in JSON, this data here is not properly configured. It's not what we want. What we want to see is just the name here, right? Like we did before. Now, you're not gonna understand everything 100% right now, but by the time we finish this section, you should have a clear picture what backend and front-end technologies are, and the way that we communicate using all these technologies together. Okay, so right now we created this endpoint, or this functionality with PHP, where we are getting the data from our database file, right? using this API that PHP offers us, this way of doing these features, right? These new these functionalities. We're getting that data out, and we're using Echo to send it to the browser. And we are encoding that in another format called JSON. So that way it looks like this. Now, in the next following lectures, what we're going to do is we're going to use a front-end technology like JavaScript to pull the data from our server, which is right here. Task is in the server, it's in the PHP language. This is a back-end technology. This is a server. Remember, we're using XAMPP to make believe that we are using a server. Not to make believe, but it's acting as a server, this program that we have in our computer, that I have, right? So this file is in the server, is in PHP, and we're going to be going to index.html, which only accepts HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, front-end technologies. This file is only front-end stuff. We're going to be using a front-end technology like JavaScript to make a request to our back-end server to get that data out. And then when we get the data out, we'll show it in HTML using JavaScript, of course. So we're going to be using a front-end technology, which is in HTML, to ask our back-end technology for that data, right? That's all we're going to be doing in the next following lectures. Let me just delete this old file here so you don't get confused. Move that in there. We have our database in here, remember that? And then we have our server file in here, and then we have our front-end stuff in here that we have not done yet. We will do that in the next following lectures. My goal here is to make you guys understand the big idea on how front-end and back-end actually works, so that way when we start this PHP lectures later on, you guys are not lost, and you guys know exactly what you should be doing, and why. All right? All right, guys? I'll see you on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I hope you guys are really doing good today. I want you to get really excited because we're about to learn some really cool stuff. Now, I don't expect you guys to learn this 100% like I said before, but pay attention. I want you to get the big idea. So in the last lectures, we constructed all these functionalities here where we have some code, we have some data in our database. We're pulling the stuff out with PHP and we're sending it to the browser. Really cool stuff, right? Now, you don't see anything on the browser there because I am in index.html. If I go to tasks, this is where we have our data. This is where our data is living in. Now, we are echoing that data. We are printing that data. We're sending that data to the browser from this file, tasks.php, right? In the index, though, we don't have anything. So if we go back to the index, and I could do that by just simply, just going to that folder name, or I can just type in the index.html, it's the same thing. And we don't see that data here, right? It's not here. It's in another endpoint. It's in another file. So what we're going to do is we're going to write some HTML in here and then use some JavaScript inside this file. Remember, this is front-end stuff. So yeah, let me build a HTML skeleton here. This is just a file, an empty file that doesn't have much right now, right? This is just HTML. And I'm just going to call this pulling from PHP. Now, if I save this, you can see now that it changes the title of that HTML page on top, right? So remember, we're sending data to our browser with these tags, okay? In between this body tag is where you're going to be able to see stuff on the browser here. You see that? So everything has to be in between the body, the beginning body tag and the ending. And the way that you know that is by this little /, right? That's how you know that this is the end body tag, the closing one. All right? This other stuff is just sending information to the browser. The viewport of the screen, the character set, the language, English, and so on and so on. I'll explain that to you already. But anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a script tag. I'm going to open and close it. So I'm using a script tag here for writing JavaScript. So what we're going to do is we're going to use JavaScript to pull the data from this file right here, from tasks, right here, right? So from that endpoint, but we have to be in index.html. So we're going to be pulling it from that file, and we're going to be displaying it right here in index. This is front-end stuff, right? So HTML, JavaScript, CSS, or styling the page is front-end stuff. the tasks.php file here is in the backend server. This is the data that we are going to be getting from the server. This is the server right here. So we're going to be pulling stuff from the server using JavaScript. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write some JavaScript. I don't want you to get confused. And we're going to say, well, I'm going to add an event listener here. And this is just saying, hey, when the document, and this is dumb. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me show you the difference between using an editor like this and using another editor that I have, which is a little bit more powerful. I'm going to use WebStorm. And I just want to show you this because it's important that when you're first starting out, you know the difference between having a really good editor or something that's offered for free. And even though Visual Studio is good, WebStorm is actually a lot better. So I'm going to go to Application, XAMPP, and htdocs, and we are inside this file, this folder there. And I'm just going to trust it. There we go. That's the, so I'm going to minimize this, the editor that I have there. And let me just put that there. There we go. Alrighty. So I started to write some JavaScript already, as you can see here. And I'm going to write DOM, and you can see now using an editor that like this allows me to have autocomplete. So this is the guy that I want. I just double click it, and bang, is available. All right. So I'm going to show you what I'm doing here. I'm going to explain to you. So basically, I'm adding a functionality here that I'm saying when the DOM content is loaded, when the document content, when this document content is loaded in the browser, then I want to execute my code. So I'm going to just write some code here, a function. This is called a function. We're going to learn this stuff later on. But right now, just bear with me, okay? So a function is just a block of code that I can use its name later on to use over and over whenever I want. So I'm gonna enclose some code here that I'm gonna be using later on by using the name of this function. Okay, so that's just a block of code. And these are gonna be variables here. These are gonna be containers where we're gonna have information that's coming from the server. So this is the big line right here. Fetch. This function here, these are called functions, all right, is going to allow me to send a request to a file somewhere, to the server. So as you can see, I'm sending a request to this file, which we have right here, task.php, all right? So once we send a request there, we're gonna receive something, and whatever we receive is gonna be the response. I'm gonna make that a little bigger so you can see it. So you see, whatever I get from that file, from PHP, let me open that as well here so you can see it. So whatever I get in here, well, I'm echoing stuff out in the browser, right? Those tasks that I get in the other endpoint. Let me just duplicate this, right click. And I'll go to the task right here. What this information, all right, that information is going to be in, I'm echoing that out in the browser, and we're gonna get it right here in the response. All right, so now I'm going to convert that response. I'm going to parse JSON. I'm going to process that response because I know that response is coming in JSON, which is a format, a text format that's very portable in the web development. We use that format of files to transport or, to take data from one side to the other really fast. Anyway, so now I got my tasks right here, and I can show you that I have them there by doing document.write, so I can show you that in the browser. Watch this. So now that I come here and I go to the index and I refresh, let me make sure that I call that function. I'm not using that function right now. I need to call that function's name. Right? So once I do that right here, and I come back, refresh, and now you can see that I'm bringing something, but it says object. We have to loop through it. We have to get, because we have some different ones in the database, we have to list them individually. We can't just dump it out on the browser like that. It doesn't work like that. So I have to get a loop in this for it to work. So a loop is just a piece of code that's gonna go over one one row of the database, another row, and another row. It's going to loop through that data. But we have the data right here in task. So I'm going to use for each, which is a functionality that's going to allow me to loop through it to all that data. And I'm going to be bringing all that task. So now I'm pulling the data out from the tasks from right here, each individually. I'm going to be using document.write again, because that's that line of code. This functionality is going to allow me to write to the browser so you can see it. I'm going to be using task, and I'm going to be displaying a task, which is the column name in the database. I'm basically putting here, right here, just like that. So let's see, refresh. And now you can see that I'm getting the data from the database, all of it. But it doesn't, it looks very confusing here because they're all together, right? So I'm just gonna concatenate or put together another piece of line here. This is a break so that it gives me a little bit of space and it stacks them up on top of each other, as you can see. So this is the stuff coming from the database. This is the stuff I have on this here. Right? So this is different data because this is coming from PHP file, guys. This is from the server. This is JSON data that we're getting. Remember, we're getting this stuff from the PHP endpoint, from this file. In index, we're not supposed to be displaying PHP stuff. We can't do that. We can't mix that. But if we use JavaScript, we can pull the stuff out from PHP and use JavaScript to show it in the browser, in an index.html file, which is awesome. So this is the difference between having a front end, this is front end stuff, and the back end, right? So back end sometimes offers us, like PHP in this case, offers us a technology where we can actually echo, where we can see stuff on the browser. But not all back end technologies do that. Python, we don't see stuff on the front end unless we really have to set it up to do that. We can't just echo or print something out in Python and see it in the browser, just like we do with PHP. PHP, it's a little bit more web friendly. Python is a general programming language. PHP is a web programming language. It's designed for the web. So that's why we are able to do something like this with PHP. With all the technologies, we have to set it up to do that. PHP is very easy to do that. We can just echo stuff out and we can mix it with HTML, this is something that we cannot do with other technologies like Python. All right? I'm not saying Python is bad. I'm saying that it's not meant for the web. We can set it up to be. So PHP it is, and that's why it's so easy to do stuff like we're doing right here, like this. All right? So now you know the difference between front end, or at least having a big idea, right? You have the big idea what front end, HTML, JavaScript, and CSS is compared to back end technologies like PHP, right? All right, so I hope you got that big idea there. We're going to continue with this course. If I have another lecture, I'll probably put it on this section in the following. But we should be good now. We should go to the, if I don't have another lecture, let's go to the next section and let's start these foundations on the programming language PHP. So that way we can start to make applications later on. But we first need to learn the foundations, right? How PHP code is actually written. We've done a little bit of work here. But I need you to go into the code and practice. So we're gonna start downloading tools, and we're gonna start, and I'm gonna start showing you the foundations so you can start building applications. All right, guys. I'll see you on the next following lectures, or of course, next following section. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. In this lecture here, we're gonna take a look at some of the basics of PHP here, and some of the basics in programming language in general as well. So I'm going to go ahead and create a folder here called Basics inside my htdocs inside XAMPP. And then I'm going to open this in a editor like Visual Studio Code. It could be any editor, really. All right. And then I'm going to create a file here called comments.php. So in programming, it's very common to make comments when you're creating code, when you're creating applications. For example, let's open up a PHP tag here. And I'm going to say echo, which is something that I've been using. This is to, print something on the browser. And I'm going to say hello, right? And then I'll put another echo here to say hola in Spanish, which means hello, right? And I'll put another echo here in between just to say to echo or print out a break tag. Okay, this is just going to make a new line. This is an HTML tag to make a new line. So this is going to break both of these words in half. Well, actually put a space in between these words. So when I output it, one looks that is on top of the other. Okay, and then we'll just get a browser going. So I'll get a localhost browser, a browser open in localhost. Let me just put it right here. And I'll just say localhost, and I'll go to that folder, which is basics, just like that. And you can see that that's empty. And I just click on it, and now we can see that there. All right. So if I wanted to comment one of those lines out, super simple. All I do is put forward slashes right in front of it, right? And if I wanted to comment two things out, then I would just do this, I select all. And if I'm using a Mac OS computer, I'll just do command forward slash, and we do both, right? I can also do forward slash asterisk, right? Like this. And then I got to make sure that I close it wherever I need. Let's say I want to continue up down here writing my code. Then I put asterisk and forward slash and make sure that you save your document. And you can see now that this is actually highlighted now. It's working, but this is in a different color. So it's commented out. So in some languages, you can use forward slash asterisk. And that would basically saying, hey, listen, basically what we're saying here, you remember when we do two forward slashes, we are commenting this out. So it doesn't work. If I save it, come back here, that disappears, right? But asterisk in programming means more than once, right? Multiplication, basically. So forward slash, I'm saying, hey, I want you to not just put another line here. I want you to put multiple lines here. So everything after this here should be commented out. That's basically what we're saying. And here, I'm just closing it. I'm just going to put an asterisk, and I say no more. Basically, that's it. All right? Super simple comments. And in comments, what you do is you say, hey, you write something here. This is my comment. And then you just close it. Asterisk and forward slash. Right? Just like that. That's basically what we do. Sometimes you're going to see code like this. Just to make it pretty. Like that. Okay? And of course, you can also see that with two forward slashes, just like that. Like that. Then you're going to see the comment on top. Like that. And like that. So you write your comment and then you write your code. And you make sure that you are saying something like descriptive of what you're doing below. In the code below, we are echoing hello on the browser as an example, right? Here, we put a break tag. Something like that, right? Now, of course, it's going to be more complicated than this. Now, you might be thinking, why is this useful, Edwin? Well, when you have, 2,000 lines of code and you have a really complex functionality like we're going to create later on in the course, you're going to come back months from that day and look at your code and be like, what in the world was I doing here? Why am I doing this and why am I doing that? So comments are going to allow you to actually go back to the past and be like, okay, that's exactly what you are doing here. And then you read the comment, you'll be like, okay, that's exactly what I was doing. Perfect, right? So comments are really useful to comment your code, to put some data there to describe what you were doing, not only to yourself, but to other people that are looking at your code, especially if it's public out there. All right? Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my awesome students. So in this lecture here, we're going to take a look at variables. Variables is something that is not explicit to PHP. It's actually available in most programming languages. Now in PHP, to create a variable, I'm going to open some PHP tags on this file here. To create a variable in PHP is super simple. All we do is put a dollar symbol, and then we put the variable name. In this case, I'm just going to name this variable name, just like that, right? And then we'll just put here the text that we want, or the type of data that we want, right? So we'll put here, let's just call this variable name, and I'm going to put my name here. Simple as that. And then I put a semicolon here to finish my statement, to finish the line of code that I'm actually writing here. So in programming languages, you have to have a way to tell the program that you're done with a statement. In PHP, is done by putting a semicolon at the end of your statement. This is called a statement, okay? So here we are creating a variable, which is a type of container. And then here we're using an operator to assign the data to it. So we assign the data from the right to the left, all right? This is how it's done here in PHP and in most languages as well. Right? Now, the dollar symbol here is just saying we have a variable. This is the way we write it in JavaScript. But in some other languages, you don't have to put anything there. You just create a name like that, and that's it. Right? Now, notice that also in PHP, you don't have to actually declare the type of data that you're going to put in there. Right here, this type of data is called a string. This is a string. Why is it a string? Because it has double quotes, or I could put single quotes if I wanted to. There is not much difference at this point of single quotes and double quotes. This is called a string, all right? So now you can get some more information by using a var dump here. If we do var dump on this, and we put a semicolon to close that. So this is a built-in function. This is called a function. We're gonna see that later. But just bear with me for a minute here. This var underscore dump is a built-in functionality of the language to dump out whatever this is. So we're going to save our file, and we're going to go into that folder that we created called basics, and then the name of the file, variables.php, and we press enter. And you can see that it says it is a string, and it has 10 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Notice that I counted the space. So in programming, you're gonna always count the space as an extra character, right? Because the computer needs to know, it doesn't know that this is a space. It needs to know, it actually does need to know that this is a space, but it counts it as a space character, all right? So it's a space character. So let's go back in here, all right? So now, we have this container that has data. Like I said before, we can put all types of data into this container, into these variables. So we'll put numbers. Numbers, you don't need to put quotes around numbers. We can put all the types of data, but we haven't learned about those types of data yet. So I'm not going to put them here. But in PHP and in most languages, you can actually put any type of data you want in a variable. All right? So variables actually change. So right now, if I wanted to, I could go and create another variable here, down here, and I can just put a different name. Watch this. Now, if I save my file and I come back here, you can see that it says Jose now. Why is that? Well, variables have the name vary inside variable, right? So it varies. So I can override the value of this variable by declaring this variable again, right? So when we talk about declaring, that's another thing here. When we declare a variable, we can just declare a variable to be empty. This is declaration. Actually, this is declaration right here. Just writing the variable name. That's just declaration. But when we are declaring and defining, all right, is when we put a value. So when we assign a value to a variable, we are defining a variable, okay? So declaring, writing the variable with nothing. And then when we assign some type of data, even if it's empty, we are defining a variable. Right now, we are defining a variable, we are declaring a variable, and also assigning a value to it. So that would be a definition. We all are defining a variable. So now, one thing to keep in mind is that variables can actually have, you can actually format them to be in any way you want. So now if I do this, and I just put Edwin here, and I close it with a semicolon, always remember the semicolon, and I come back here and I refresh, you can see that it's still the same as Jose. Because this variable here is case sensitive, right? Variables are case sensitive. So this variable and this variable are totally different variables. This is an uppercase variable. This is a lowercase variable. Even if I go here and even if they mean the same, as long as they have different uppercase and lowercase letters, if they have different ones, then they are different. I can also do this and still would not replace the first one there. I will have to, it has to be exactly the same one to be replaceable. So this is a different variable, this is a different variable, and this is a different variable. They need to be exactly the same in order for the variable to be the same. Okay, so they are all different. They're case sensitive. Another thing here that you need to also understand is that I cannot start a variable with a 0. So if I do this and I do this, you can see that my IDE or my editor is actually crying. It's crying. It's telling me, hey, listen, yeah, you can't do that. So if I put my cursor over this, you can see that it says, hey, unexpected integer 0. Yeah, because I cannot start it with a 0. I cannot start a variable with a dash. I cannot divide a variable. Let's say if I have two letters, 2 words in a variable, full name, for example, I cannot put a dash and do that. I will have to use underscores like this, and then that will work, right? So when you have very long variable names, you can use underscores to divide them, or you could use an uppercase on the second word, and that would be nice, on the first word of the first letter of the second word. So this will be called camel case because it looks like a camel, right? So we also have Pascal case. Some people use that, but in PHP, we don't use that much. So we use the first and the second word in uppercase. All right, so let me put the name here. So this would be snake case. This is called snake case. Let me just do a camel case. This is called camel case. Just like that. I'll put it like this. And this is called Pascal. Actually with a C, Pascal case. All right. Semicolon again. Make sure that you put the semicolon in there. Save your files, all right? Always remember to save your file. If you don't save it, you might see the same data. All right. So keep that in mind. When you have very long names, make sure you use either underscore, a uppercase on the second word, or in the front, in the first word or the second. The most common one to use is snake case for PHP, and then we have camel case as well. Whatever you want to use of those are good. They're best practice. They recommend it, okay? It makes your code look nice. All right, guys, I think we're done with variables. We're going to keep talking about variables a little bit because, in programming, most of the things are variables and functions. So I'll see you on the next lecture, guys. Take care. Hi, welcome back, my amazing student. So PHP is a loosely typed programming language. What does that mean? Well, it means that I don't have to tell PHP what type of data it has here. It will determine the type of data when you put a value on that data. And what I mean is, when you have a variable like this and you put a string here, PHP automatically assigns that data type into this variable. Now, this is the concept in programming. We have something called data types. There are many different types of data. We're going to talk a little bit about that in the future lecture. But just know that PHP has this loosely typed feature. Some programming languages, you will have to do something like this. Let's say full name, and you will have to tell in some programming languages what type of data you have here by doing something like this, by putting a keyword here before the variable or even after the variable in some languages. So most of the time it's going to be before the variable, okay? Or you put something like str or something, or var, or let. You will have to be descriptive. You will have to be explicit to tell the language what type of data that's going to go inside this variable here. PHP doesn't do that. We are comfortable enough, or PHP is smart enough to actually know that when you put a string here, it will assign this data type to the variable because that's what you want, right? You're putting that value in there. Now, watch this. I'm going to declare put some variables here and put some data inside so you can see what I mean. So I'll put number here, and I'll just put a number here. I don't need a string here. I don't need a quotes here to put a number. So that's how PHP knows. I'll use var dump here, and we're gonna be using this a lot and you're gonna be using this a lot in your PHP career, by the way. So I'll come back here and I refresh. Well, I make sure that I put a semicolon there. Don't forget that. And you can see that it says it's an integer. So he already assigned that data type into this. Awesome. Watch this. So now we also have this other stuff called float. Float, a floating number, it's something that is a number that is not an integer. It has a dot. So I'm gonna put 2.5 here, and I'm just gonna come back here and just paste that in there, and you'll see now that it says it is a float data type. Okay? So these are different data types that PHP has. These are for numbers, but we also have data types, all the different types of data. We're gonna talk about that in a future lecture. But just know that PHP is a loosely typed language. We don't need to declare a variable with the data type like we do in other languages. PHP will figure that out from the value of that variable. So another thing that you could do is that you can do multiple assignments here most of the time in most languages, but PHP makes really nice use of this. So I can just create a variable here called value1 and put a comma. Actually, hold on, like this. I put an assignment here and I put value2. I put an assignment again, and I put value3 here. Let me just do that like this. And now I can assign same here to all of them. So I can do multiple assignments to all these variables. So I'm assigning the string to multiple variables, basically, all right? So basically what this is actually doing is copying this value here, and we're copying this value into this guy, and then we're copying this value into this guy, so they all have the same values, all right? So now all these variables will have the same value. So even value1, right? And if I do that, you can see that it's a string called same. If I do value2 and I save it, the same. It doesn't even change here, right? So this is how you can do multiple assignments to a variable. Again, this is not a big deal here, but just foundations, guys. We got to know the foundations. Anyway, thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the following lectures, all right? Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So just like I mentioned before, we have data types in programming languages, not just PHP, but in most high-level programming languages. There are many different data types. Now, I'm going to use the var dump here just to show you a couple different ones so that way you have a pretty good idea. We already seen the this one here, the number. That's the data type. We have seen the floating number as well. So let's go into that and let's see what we have here. Float, we have integer, which is a solid number, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we have anything that has a dot, being this a float number. Then we have, if we want to take this to the next level, then we have something called Boolean values. This is either true or false. In PHP, it's all lowercase. In some languages, it's uppercase. Make sure that you always close this with a semicolon, all right? So this would be a Boolean type, and you'll see it here, bool, all right? B-O-O-L. It's actually spelled E-A-N, Boolean, all right? So that came after, it was named after a gentleman. But anyway, so we have Boolean values. Boolean values can be true or false. If you put false here, you will get the same thing. You will get Boolean value, all right? We'll use that in programming a lot. If something is true, we do one thing. If it's false, we do another. So those things are good for comparison, and we'll do that later on. We also have lists or arrays, as they're called in this programming language, which is a square bracket that can hold, the way that you write it is using a square bracket. Let me just maximize this. And then you put different values in there, okay? You can put a string here, or you can put a float number. So use 2.5 or 2.6, whatever, and then save it, just like that. And now if I refresh this, you can see that it says array right here. okay? Don't worry, we're going to take a look at array later on, but this is just a way for us to put multiple types of data inside a container or a variable, all right? And then we have null. We'll put that in here, and we'll have this big keyword, all uppercase, called null, all right? You can see it right here. So different data types, some programming languages actually support a little bit more than these data types, but these are the most common ones in PHP that it supports. So you can put this in a variable and echo them out if you want, just to get an idea, but this is a very simple lecture here, guys. I'm just, putting this in very specific lecture so that way you guys can come back and say, okay, let me take a look at the data types that Edwin was talking about. Let me see what's actually supported on PHP, even though you can go into the php.net website. So php.net, and look at the documentation there for data types. And you're going to find some more interesting stuff in there. So you can just put data types in here. And then you will get some more information, a lot more than what I just given you here. Okay? Anyway, just keep going with the course. Let's get to another level so that way you guys can start building applications later on, right? So I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Take care. Welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture here, we're going to take a look at casting data types. Now, the word casting actually doesn't reflect what we are actually doing in this process. But let me explain to you. So data casting in programming is when we grab one type of data and convert it into another type. Simple as that. That's what casting is. So let me give you an example here. So I'm going to just create some variables here. Let's put A, and then we'll assign it some values, and we'll do a couple of different ones here. I'm going to pause the video and create these variables. So, all right, so I created some variables and I assigned some data to it. As you can see, so I was defining some variables here. We got an integer, float, string, boolean, arrays, and null. Some of these data types you guys haven't known yet. You guys don't know about arrays yet, but we'll get to that later on in the course. But anyway, so I'm var dumping it, meaning that I'm using a built-in function here to dump it in the browser so we can see its data type and values. As you can see, integer, float, strings, boolean, arrays, which is a list, just very similar to a variable. It's actually a container, but we can hold multiple types of data in there. Anyway, and this is the null data type, all right? So casting is simply the process of changing these data types to something else. And how do we start changing them? Well, before we can start assigning a casting here. So this is an integer, right? We can see it on the browser. Now, all I have to do is put parentheses here and put the keyword string. And now it will be cast into a string. Watch this. You saw that? So that's how you can do casting. Very simply by just putting a parenthesis with the keyword of the casting feature in there. So if I wanted to cast all of them to strings, I would just do that, that, and that, like this, right? And just I separated it just a little bit right here. And well, this is a string, so I cannot cast that into a string. I can do this into an integer, right? Like that, like that. And you can see all these data types right here. And you can see they all were casted into a string except this one here. Okay? Really, really cool stuff, guys. Anyway, you can do also object. So object right here. So you can cast an array into an object. And you can see that it says object class here. Okay, and we'll get to that data type later on. That's going to be a fun section to learn about, to learn from. All right, objects. Anyway, so you can see this is how we can do casting. We have strings, we have floats, we have booleans. Any type of this of data type we can cast into. Right, we can cast that data into those. All right, so this is pretty useful stuff, guys. And look, now that I casted this data here. I'm var dumping it down here, but watch what I can do when I, cast that data. Watch this. So now, since this is an array, this is access in a very different way in PHP, right? you got to use square brackets to access some of this data. But look, now that I have this, this array casted into an object, I can use it as an object because I'm casting that data. So I can grab that and just echo the name out just like that. Watch this. And now you can see that that data comes out. Now, before, when it was an array, when it was just an array like this, and I don't have to cast it as an array, but when it was an array like this, I can't cast the information like that, right? I would get nothing out of it. So I would have to do something like this, E, and then the name of it, just like that, in order for me to get the value out. That's how it was before. But since I converted that into a different data type, now I can go ahead and access that with the new data type format, which is with little arrows, just like that, as an object. Really cool stuff, guys. Anyways, thank you so much for watching this lecture. This is just the big takeaway on this is that you can have any type of data, right, and convert it into another type using this format right here, using this parentheses with the name of that data type that you want before you assign the value. All right? Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hi, welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture, we're going to take a look at math. So in most high-level languages, like PHP, we have the capability, it does have the capability to do some math arithmetic, or should I say computations. So we can use the echo statement here, or the echo, to actually do some math. So we can say 2 plus 2, and then put a semicolon to finish that up. And let's go into that file so that way we can see it on the browser. And the reason why I'm doing that is that way you guys can see what's going on. So math, and you can see that it says 4, right? So we have some operators that we can use for math. We have the plus symbol for addition. We have the minus for subtraction. We have the asterisk for multiplication. And we have the / for division. So we also have the modular right here operator, which is a percentage. This will give me the remainder of a division. So if I divide these two numbers and whatever I got remainder, I would get that result, right? Of course, we're not going to get much with 2 divided by 2, but if you divide maybe 7 by 13, you will get something, right? Or 13 divided by 7. So let's go in, and the other one, there's another one here, almost forgot. This is for exponentation. So 2, and then we do 2 asterisk. So 2 to the power of 2, basically. If you don't any type of math, you know exactly what, doing this to the power of this actually means, right? So if I do that, and I refresh here, you can see that we get 4, of course, right? The same thing we got before in here, right? So if I do 2 to the power of 4 to the power 8, then you should see something like this, right? Anyway, let's just come back here, and this is what you got to see. You got 4. All right. Another thing that I wanted to point out here is that in programming, most of the time, you can also use order of operations. For example, let's say I want to add 2 numbers right here. And then I want to multiply 2 other numbers. But what I'm going to do is I want to actually multiply these 2 numbers in a parenthesis. I'm going to tell you in a minute why. If I do this here like this with a parenthesis, I'm actually saying to the language, hey, I want to actually do this first, just like we do in real life. We put a parenthesis because this is going to be the order of operation. We want this guy to be done first. So 2 times 4, that's what my program is going to calculate. 2 times 4 is 8. And then it's going to go to the left and say, okay, 8 times 2 is 16 plus 2 is 18. That's what we should see on the browser. If I save it and refresh it, we get 18, right? Super simple. Let's do another one real quick. So I'll do 3, right? And I'll just change everything to 3 here. So 3 times 4 is 12. And let me just comment this out. 3 times 4 is 12. 12 times 3 should be 36. Plus 3 is 39. Let's go. Let's go. You see that? Super simple. All right, don't worry too much about math, guys. We're not going to have a lot of crazy math in this course. It's going to be very simple stuff, if we have any. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I think we're done with some of this stuff. Later on, we're going to touch on these subjects more as we practice our code, making applications. So I'm just introducing you guys to the basics. All right, so just even if you don't understand everything right now, it's okay. All right, this course is going to get pretty long, and we need to just learn the foundations so that way we can build applications. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, we're going to take a look at a feature in programming, which is called constant. Now, this feature is very popular among programming languages, and PHP has different ways of defining a constant. Some languages, you can do a little hack and define a constant because in a different way, because they might not be available. So there are ways that you can actually use little tricks in some programming languages to create constants. You can find some more information about that, like in a Python article or something like that. Python doesn't have a way for us to define a constant, so we use a little bit of trickery to actually create a constant. But anyway, let's go ahead and define a constant here in PHP. So the way that we can define a constant in PHP and the way that we declare them is by using a built-in function called define. Now, the first argument here for this function would be, and let me put the semicolon here so I don't get an error later or I don't forget. So the first argument here would be the name of the constant that I want. So what is a constant? A constant is a container, just like a variable, that its value will never change. You can never modify a constant once it's being defined. So once you declare a constant actually, and you define it with a value, you can never change it later on. You can use it, but you can never modify it. It will give you an error. So for example, if I have a DB, this is the first argument here would be the name of the constant. So if I have a DB password with a value of maybe secret password here, secret 123 @ or dash, let's just put some symbols here, just like that, right? Because we want to make the password a little hard. And then you can, of course, use the value like this by calling its name, but we're never gonna go, echo out with a password, but you get my point there. Now, if I try to do this again and change it here, change its value for something else, of course, I'm gonna get an error here, right? It's telling me, hey, listen, and this is a warning, by the way, you can see it here. It said, hey, we cannot, it's already defined. The constant DB_pass is already defined, and you cannot do that, basically. That's what it's saying here. Now, this is one way of doing that, of defining a constant in PHP, but there's also another way, which is used very commonly in modern PHP applications. This is with the keyword const. So we can do db_pass and then assign a value to it. And we can just assign a value like this. And we'll just call this secret, but we'll get the same error again, right? Because we are redeclaring a variable and actually redefining it with a value. So, yeah, if I comment this out and I come back here, you can see that it works fine now. So there you have it, guys. A very simple approach here. You will use this most of the time in databases or API settings in your applications. Data that you don't want to modify later on. You don't want people or any type of user or code or bot to modify in your program. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on future videos. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So sometimes, and most times actually, in high-level languages like PHP, we're going to have the engineers of the language create for us some functionalities out of the box, just to help us write code a lot faster. So in this case, we used a built-in function that was created by one of these engineers for us to define some type of data, some type of container or some type of variable, some type of data type called constant to hold data that never changes, that can never be defined again. That's nice. That's a nice functionality. Now, just like built-in functions, we also have built-in constants. Just like this guy here. And we can know that there are constants because they are all uppercase and they are divided by this underscore. Some of this actually start with an underscore, with two underscores, as a matter of fact. Let me show you. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to comment all this stuff out. You guys already know how to do that. And I'm going to use some constants here to show you. So built-in constants. As you can see, when I'm typing in, my editor is giving me some constants that it has already by default. You can see anything that has an underscore before the word, it's a constant. Look at all the constants we have available in this language here in PHP. Now, if you guys don't have this IntelliSense plugin here in the Visual Studio Code, go ahead and download it and use it. And I believe I already have some. Let me see which one is. This is the one that I got, PHP IntelliSense. This one I got. So I installed that plugin, and it was, a button right here. I installed it, and I restarted my editor, and now I got some really cool, autocomplete stuff and some suggestions there. Anyway, let's go back in here. And now we can see, so it starts with that. Let's actually use one of them called the dir, right? So if you put your cursor over this, you can see that it says the directory of the file is used inside and include. The directory of the included file is returned, right? So let's just see how it works, right? Refresh, and you can see now that it's returning the whole path from where this file is located plus the folder, because that's what it says there, right? Is returning the directory which this file is located in. Really nice stuff. What about if I want the file? Well, it has one for the file. And you can see it returns the whole file. Really nice stuff, right? So these constants give us some extra, features that we can use when we are writing a program, some extra help. So just know that just like we can define our own custom constants, we can also use the built-in constants that is available in that language. And we have other languages, other programming languages out there that also use built-in stuff to help us with writing our programs. Anyway, you can inspect those built-in constants. They are called, by the way, magic constants. So I'm just going to put the name here, magic constants. So that way you guys know the name of it, right? Don't worry too much about this stuff here, and just know that we will use them later on in the course. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So remember that what you're learning here in this course, and especially here in this section for the basics, the fundamentals, are not just for PHP. They are for most programming languages out there. So you can take this concept, this knowledge that you're getting on this section here, and apply it to other languages like Python, C#, C++, whatever other language you want, JavaScript, any other language. These are the fundamentals that every language out there, 99.9% has, especially high-level languages, right? So one feature here that we're going to talk about is the conditional statements, the control structures of a language. So for example, if I am creating a program and I want the program to do certain things based on some conditions, then I need to apply what's called an if statement. So we got this if keyword, and then we follow that by parentheses. That's the syntax. This is the way we write it. And inside these parentheses, of course, well, actually, let me just keep going here. This is the syntax. We have these curly braces here. I want you to understand this. Curly braces is just like the less than symbol that I showed you before. You grab your left hand and you try to make a mouth with it. That is your opening curly brace. And this is your closing. In between here is where you're going to put your code. But what we do most of the time to make this better in programming is that we bring this down. All right. And you're going to also see this code here. So we got the opening and closing. In between here is when you're going to write your code. So the code to be executed by these conditions here. Let me show you here. So this would be condition. And I'm just writing pseudocode, code that doesn't work. That's what pseudocode is. Condition, and let's just say condition number 2 here. All right? So we write two conditions here. First of all, we say, hey, is 10 less than 20? let's just do that. And here we'll write the code. Whatever code needs to be executed. It is not, for example, right? Make sure you close it with a semicolon. So now if we come back here, we can say it is not. We can see that that code is actually being executed because this turned out to actually be true. But if it turned out to be false, then the code will not be executed. It's going to keep going to the next line right here. Next line. Or not next time, next line. And then make sure we put a semicolon. Make sure you save your file and refresh. Next line, right? It's always going to go to the next line when you're doing echo. If you do return, it's not. Return is another keyword that you use just to return that data, and that's it. And then the program will not keep going. Watch this. So let me just make sure that this actually applies to be. You see that? Nothing goes in below this return, right? Because it's returning the script. It's not doing anything to, once it returns the script, that's it. It's done. It's not going to go to the next line. But anyway, you'll learn that stuff later on. Just know that that keyword does that. Anyway, you can see it says here it is not. Next line, it executes both lines. So your program is always going to start from the top, and it's going to try to go all the way to the bottom unless it's stopped by some keyword called return or exit. You're going to learn about the stuff later. But right now, it's not being stopped. It's just echoing out whatever it has here. If it doesn't find it, then you're going to echo out the next line. All right? So we can also use variables here, guys. So variables, as a matter of fact, we're going to start using variables instead of static data. We want dynamic data like variables. Variables are dynamic data. And we'll just put the 10 here, and we'll just write another variable name here to be number 2. And we'll put the 20 in there. And now we can replace those with the variable names. This is a progressive course, so we are learning things. We are learning whatever we learn in the beginning of the section, we will keep learning, applying those concepts to the following lectures and so on, right? So anyway, so this is basically the same thing here, right? If I refresh. Now, the if statements in most programming languages always have an else statement. So else is just a backup, just in case this one executes to be false. So if this doesn't apply, this condition here is not true. For example, it's not like this. Then we do the else statement. And else statements are written almost the same as this without a condition, because else statement is the backup for an if statement. So if, and you can write them in the next line. PHP doesn't care much about spaces, right? You can do a crazy amount of spaces and everything and just save your file and execute it, and you can see that, right? Nothing matters. It does the same thing. So if we do this, oh, actually, as a matter of fact, let me see something here. Oh, this is, just put else is not. Else. Let's just put else here. All right. And then we'll do this one here. So that way you can see let me see something here. If let's just put number 1 here so we don't get confused. If number 1 is less than number 2, then I want to execute this. It is. And here I'm just going to put it is not. All right? So you can see that it says it is. And if we do this, the opposite, it says it is not. Okay? And then we can put in here a break tag. So that way we can split those lines there. So I put a break tag in here, and I'll show you what a break tag is. All right? Now, the break tag comes from HTML. You guys might see me doing this over and over again and not understand it if you don't know HTML. Let me just bring this back to look pretty again. To look nice, right? And you want to tighten up your code here. Else statement usually goes after these curly braces here, but it's just a style, guys, all right? So that's usually how that's going to go. And this break tag, so this is a PHP file. Remember that I told you that you can close your PHP executing right here by putting the question mark greater than symbol. And now you can write your HTML. So in we can write some HTML. I'm going to do a span tag and say hello. And you can see that that goes to the next line there, right? So I'm going to go ahead and comment everything out on PHP because I want to just see HTML. All right. You can see none of the stuff is actually working because we're not doing anything with that variable, but we're only seeing HTML here. Let's do another span tag here. And if I do a refresh, you can see that they are both of them next to each other. So what we do in HTML is that we use a break tag to make to break them, to put one on top of the other. So basically what we're doing here is we're putting this break here, and that's going to bring down this guy to this line. So if I refresh, you can see that it brought him down. So that's exactly what we're doing with PHP right here. Instead of writing HTML here, we're just echoing out HTML, and PHP is just going to put it on the document. All right. So I just wanted to show you that this break tag exists on HTML, and we're just using it here on PHP. Remember, we can actually echo anything out that is HTML related with PHP. I can go ahead and echo out this span tag if I wanted to, completely there. All right. So I can just go here and I do echo, and I can just echo out this whole line of span tags in there. Right? And I can even put another break tag in front of it right here and in the back here. Watch this. Look at that. And if you right click and you check it, inspect, all right, let me make this a little bigger so you can see it. If you inspect your HTML here, you can see those break tags in there because PHP is actually putting that on the document. I did that by doing right click and going to inspect. I'm using Chrome, by the way. All right? Super simple, guys. So anyway, guys, I hope that you understand about this concept of if statements here. Now, we have a bunch of operators when it comes to comparing data or conditional data. We have also comparison with equality. So we have this equalities here. We're saying if number 1 is equal to number 2, we can say if it's less than, greater than, or less than, or equal than, or greater than, or equal. There are many different ways of doing this stuff. We're going to look into this later. I'm going to give you some extra data on this at the end of the section so you guys can practice and play around with this type of things. But we want to get these things out of the way. We want to get the foundations, the syntax, the way the conditional statements, the loop, the variables, the constants, all that stuff out. So that way we have an idea and then we get to practice. So besides having the if and the else, we also have an else if, just in case we want to test another condition in the same if statement. All right. So we also have this else if, and if I bring that down and I write this one, else if, we put a parenthesis on this one, and then we'll open the curly braces and close them. And then we put another condition inside, just in case we want to test this out, just like that. And then, of course, we'll put the code that needs to be executed right in the middle there, all right? We put that in there like this, just like that. So you can put all of them like, organize them however you like. All right, so if this is not true, or if it is true, whatever it is, in this case, number 1 is greater than number 2, that is false, right? So this is not going to execute, and then it's going to go to the next one here, and it's saying, hey, and we'll actually make it happen here, right? Yes, it is, and then we'll put else if here, and let's see if I can just get my browser window here. Let me see where I put it, right here. And if I refresh, you can see that statement is executing its code right in the middle here, right? And then if not, if this one here would not go through, then the else statement will actually happen, right? So we'll say if number 1 is actually greater than, and we'll put greater than here so it doesn't execute. And you can see that the else statement actually executes. Now you want to organize this and make it as small as possible, right? So usually when I have lines like this, I'll put it up here like this. You're going to see me with this, using this style a lot because it's just, you can make your code a lot smaller in PHP, right? I don't like to bring it down in the next line like that in this language. So, and then I'll bring the else all the way up, just like that. Okay? So that looks a little better there. It's not the best, but it looks better, right? All right. So let's take it to the next lecture, guys, where I'm going to show you how to do a conditionals a lot better using a switch statement. I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So in the last lecture, we learned about the if statement. We learned that it has the else if and even the else statement available to us so we can use them, right? And we also learned about some comparison operators that I use, the less than symbol, the greater than symbol. And I also briefly touched on the subject of equality, right? And on this one here, briefly. So let me just give you a quick example here real quick, just so that way you get a pretty good idea on the comparison operators. This is what they are called, and these are the list. So if I say, let me just create a variable here. I'll create a variable here called ets, right? And ets, I'm going to put a string of the number 2, and on y, I'll put the number 2. Now, I'm going to show you an example here on equality real quick. Let me make this a little bigger so that way you can see it. So if I say if x is equal than y, what do you think the answer would be? Let's go to the browser and check it out. You say it is, but is it? Is it equal? Well, remember that PHP behind the scenes is actually doing this duck typing, right? Is checking, is assigning a data type to the variable. So right now, this variable here is the same as this one because we're using a loose equality operation here. If we use the strict version, right now, PHP is saying, okay, listen, I know you have a string here. You have some quotes around the 2, but you have a number 2 there. And then you have a number 2 here. Maybe you meant that to have a 2, right? So in this case, we can actually even create a mathematical solution with these variables here. And that shouldn't be the case here because if I put quotes around this 2, it means that it is a string. So we need to be a little bit more strict on this operation sometimes. And we put another equality symbol here. And when we do this and we refresh, now it's going to fail. It's not going to be equal because it's checking now for the data type. So when you only do 2 equalities here, it's saying it's x equal to y. And yes, it will say, yes, they are because it's just doing a very loosely check. But when you do an extra equality or assignment operator here, then it's a strict version of it. And you can see that here, identical. They need to be identical in every way, right? So they need to be the same type. And here, if you put an exclamation, it would be saying the opposite, negating what that is, right? So we can say if x is not equal, strict equal to y, then put it is not, right? So that is going to work because it's not, right? And if I do only 1, of course, 1 doesn't work. It needs to be, 1 is going to give me the loosely version of it, which is not going to work, right? So I want to be very strict when I'm comparing this type of data, all right? So this is saying greater than or equal than, all right? So we put those symbols together, and this is less than or equal to, right? So these are the comparison operators. I'm going to give you a list in text in the following lectures so you can look into those, all right? Following lectures or somewhere in this section, all right? Now, let's jump into the next one here where we're going to be talking about logical operators, all right? So let me give you a list of the logical operators here so you can see them. I'm going to paste that in here. I'm going to give you all this stuff in a text file. All right, so this logical operator is to create a logical based code. Let me show you. So if I say and let me actually give you a good example here. Let me just put a variable here. I'm going to create a variable called age. I'm going to give it an age of 25. And I'm just going to create another variable here called has ID. I'm going to put this as Boolean type. I'm going to make this true. Right? So if I say if has ID, then echo is true. Watch this. I come back here and you see that it says it's true. And let me just take this off here so that way it doesn't cause any issues. But you can see that it says it's true, right? Because we are already assigning a condition, a Boolean value to this one. Remember that when we're doing this is checking to see if it's true or false behind the scenes when we're doing the regular if statement. But right now we are just saying this is going to be true. So no matter what we do, it's always going to be true, right? So anyway, I could also create multiple conditions right here. I can put them together basically. So I can say if age is greater than, watch this, or equal to 18, and I use one of the logical operators, which is this one here, and so both conditions must be true. So both ampersand, this is called ampersand, has ID. So if age is greater than or equal than 18 and it has ID, then you are allowed to enter. So this is just checking to see the ID on somebody, right? And checking their age. So now if I refresh, you can see now that, of course, it was supposed to actually give me, let me see, has ID is true. It was supposed to actually say it was true, right? So greater than or equal. So this is age, and it's supposed to be saying true. So I don't know why it's saying this, but I got to make sure that it works. Let me see. Oh, because I have the wrong variable name right here. All right. There we go. You're allowed to enter. Entered. Right? Enter. So if I use the OR statement, though, the OR operator, then it would be different. So let me put another variable here, has permission, and I'm going to be making that to true there. So I'm going to be creating another one like this. And I'm going to create a else statement here. And I'm going to say echo access denied or something like that, right? And I'm going to say if the age is greater than or equal to 18, or that's what this two pipes means, has permission, then you are allowed to enter, right? Let me, I did something wrong here. I didn't close this with a semicolon. There we go. You're allowed to enter, right? So this, in the OR operator, with the OR operator, at least one condition must be true, right? And this, the little exclamation here negates the condition, all right? So that would be something like, let me see, I can create another variable here, and let's say is member. And I'm going to put a Boolean value saying false, like this, right? And now let's create another if statement here. And I'm going to say if is member, right? And I'm going to put an exclamation if it's not member. If it's not is member, then I'm going to say you need to sign up. Something like that, right? And here I'll put welcome back or something. So you need to sign up because it's not a member, right? It's false. But if I make it true, then it says welcome back, right? And of course, you're allowed to enter because I'm still using that one there. But you can see how we can use the negation here to say if something is not, right? That's how we do it. And don't worry about this if you're not getting it 100%, guys. This is gonna be second nature to you later on. You're gonna find it so easy to actually do this. Now, let me actually create a bigger one here. The last one, I promise. And let me see, has discount. Let's create something like a discount coupon, which I make all the time for you guys when I create a new course. So you might want to look at edwindiaz.com for that. For some of those coupons, even though Udemy and some other, well, Udemy mostly, and Coding Faculty usually have those coupons available and show them to you whenever you access them, whenever you access their pages, right? Anyway, so let's create a bigger one here so that way you guys have a pretty good idea. So I have these variables here. I'm going to be using H is member and then has discount. So I'm not going to be using this guy here and this. So these three, all right? So let's create a bigger one here. And I'll give you guys some stuff so that way you guys can reference all this stuff that I'm doing. I'll give it to you, okay? So let's make a big one here. And I can say if age, and let's just put the dollar symbol PHP, right? If age is greater than or equal to 18, and I'll put as a matter of fact, let's do an order of operation here, just like we do in math, right? And I'll just do is member here, and I say or. So these two conditions must be true before we get to this one. So watch this one. Has discount coupon. Like this. And we'll say you are eligible. Hopefully I can get it right. Eligible for the discount. Discount. All right. So if the age is greater than or equal to 18, all right, and then one of these conditions must be true in order for it to work. So is a member or has a discount coupon. If one of those conditions is true, one or these conditions, you see the or statement here. So one of these could be fine, any of these, really. And then one of those, we get one of those together along with the age. So it needs to be 18, or it has to be a member, or it has to have a discount coupon. And if that's true, then they are eligible, right? So I'll create age is fine, this is true, and this is false. That's correct. And you are eligible for a discount. So now if I change this to 17, and I come back here, and let me put an else statement here. I say no discount available. Just like that. Refresh, no discount available because the guy is 17 already, right? If it's 18, then yeah, you're eligible for a discount. If it's not a member, if it's false, one of these is false, then no discount available. See that? So I'll put all this code somewhere so you guys can look at it, but hopefully you understand how this works. And don't worry again if it doesn't click on your side because you're brand new to this. I'll give you some code there so that way you guys can look at it and practice. All right? Anyway, thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So let's learn in this lecture here another way of writing an if statement. And this is called the ternary or the shorthand if statement. Okay? So let me show you how this is done. This is going to be done in one line. So instead of us going if statement like this, right? We're going to go in one line. In one line, we're going to do it. All right? So let's do this. So I'm going to echo. Let's actually create a variable here called is admin. And I'm going to set this to false, right? That would be the default of this variable. And we're going to say if this variable is true, then I want to echo out something. If it's false, I want to echo out something else. So I'm going to do this syntax here. So if is admin is true, and the way I would know that with the ternary is doing this, question mark, right? If it's true, you can see the syntax here. This would be true and this would be false. The syntax would be this colon here, the question mark and the colon. The question mark would mean that it's true, and then after the question mark, there would be what you want to echo if it's true. And after the colon here, it would be what you want to echo if it's false, right? So what I want to do is I want to echo welcome admin, just like that. And else, I want to say access denied. Something like that, all right? So hopefully you got it. All right, let's do another one here so that way you guys can actually learn this stuff. Let me come back here. This is very useful when you don't want to write a lot of code and you can just do everything in one line. There's many different ways of doing it. All right, so let me show you another way here. Is logged in. Let's do that one. Very commonly used. And instead of false, we're just going to do true here. And we're going to go against what this IDE is suggesting me, right? Suggesting us. So we're going to say message here. And we're going to do some in order of operation here. I'm going to say whatever is in this parentheses go first, right? Well, we're going to say if it's logged in right here, then I want to say welcome back. Welcome back. Else, we're going to say please log in. Please log in. All right? Hopefully you got it. Let me make this a little smaller here so that way you can see the whole thing. Perfect. You got it? All right. Let's do one more here and let's see. All right. So let's do this one a little bit different, right? Let's do this with math or with numbers, I should say. Let's put 18 here. And let's say status. Let's just give the results of my ternary operation here to this status here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to echo the status right here. Right here, we're going to echo the status. Status, there we go. Just going to echo it out. But let's give let's do the operation here. So we're going to say, if age is greater than or equal than 18, then I want to say adult here. So we're going to echo adult. We're going to give this to the status variable here. Else, we're going to say minor. Minor right here, like that. Okay? So I hope you got it. It's not that difficult. Once you do it a couple times, you'll figure this out. Believe it or not, this was kind of difficult for me to understand when I first started. I don't know how in the world this was difficult, but it was. Maybe you see it as difficult too, but don't feel bad because I did. And if you see it easy, that means you're going to be a better developer than I am right now, later on. All right? So keep pushing through, and I'll see you guys on the next following lectures, all right? Take care, guys. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, we're going to learn about this cool operator that came out after PHP 7, which is called no coalescing operator. That is the name of this stuff. Hopefully I'm spelling this correctly, but you'll find it. All right. So anyway, so this is when we want to provide a default value just in case a value is not set. So for example, if I have, let's just create a variable here real quick. So if I have username as an example here, right? And I'm checking maybe a get request, just like that. Maybe it says username. And if it's username is not set, we'll use this question, two questions mark. And then whatever value we provide after that would be the default value, right? So this will allow us to put a default value just in case this is not set. This is what this is all about, all right? So of course you can echo this out, right? Let's echo out username or do whatever you want with it, of course. I'm just gonna echo it out right here, all right? So this will provide the default value just in case this is not set. That's what that is. All right. So let me do another one here real quick. And let's just put maybe user here. And let's just create an array here real quick. Maybe we have a user that has a name of Edwin Diaz. Of course, I'll put myself in there all the time. I would be the protagonist of my own movie, right? So we'll say H. So if the if the user age, and I had it correctly there, if this is not set, the age, then I want to provide a default value. I'm just going to say, oh, no, just like that. And I'll echo this out. And let's just put some H. Let's concatenate this, put it together with a string. And that's it, right? So I'll go back here. And you can see it says guest. Of course, we are echoing out this guy here. But now, as you can see, it says H unknown, right? So basically, it's nothing to it, guys. So this is the other way of doing it, all right? So we'll echo that out. We can probably put it here, right? And instead of doing all this stuff, and then we just get unknown here. But I wanted to write this H here. That's why I concatenated that, right? If I wanted to, I can just provide it here and be like H, right? Unknown. And just do it like that, okay? But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching these lectures. I really appreciate it. And that means that you guys are going to make it. You will be a developer if you keep going. Seriously, if you are up to this point, yeah, you will probably do it. I got faith in many of you. Not all of you, but many of you. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. And I'll see you on the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. In this lecture, we're going to take a look at switch statements. Now, switch statements are very similar to if statements. We use them to test, to perform different actions based on different conditions. All right, so let's go ahead and create some type of functionality here so that way we can play around with them. All right, so I'll show you the syntax in a minute, but let me just put some variables here so that way I have something to use later on. So today is just like that, and I'll put a little space there. We're going to use that later. But anyway, so here's the syntax of a switch statement. A switch statement has the keyword switch following some parentheses because, you know, in reality, it is a built-in function. And then we'll have some curly braces there so for opening and closing. All right, so simple as that. And we'll have this big function. And inside these functions, we'll have some keywords. We'll first have a case keyword, and this would be where we test the condition. For example, right now, let's test it for Monday, right? So this would be a string that I have to match. So the condition would be in the parentheses, just like the if statement. So for example, let's test the day to see if it's the same here. So this would be the case. So we will have many different cases, all right, to test this with. Let me show you. So I'll put a colon here, right? This is not like before, where before we use a semicolon to finish the statement. But here we use a colon because we're not done with the statement here. We'll go into the next line here, and we'll say, well, we'll put the message actually. Well, let's just do this, and then I'll use that variable that you see here on top. Anyway, so today is, let's say, for example, Monday. Just like that. And then here we close it with a semicolon, and then we put a break keyword here just to get out of this case. Okay? And then we'll do another case. Just like that. Let's just make sure that we do select it, and I do Command Tab, right? Just to go back. Actually, Shift Tab, and that would take it back, right? Anyway. So this would be another case here, and this would be Tuesday. I'm just going to make it very small here so that way you guys we can have as many cases as we want. We just have to keep, you know, putting them down here over and over again. So you can test this. So this is a little bit more readable than the if statement, right? So let's just put Tuesday here. All right. So we should get today's Monday on the browser, right? Now, the last keyword here that we can use when we're done, you know, testing these conditions is default, right? So default, not this one, but default. I always forget how to write this stuff in English. So default would be like this, and then we'll just use whatever we want. Maybe we'll put, let's just put a little space there so it looks nice. We'll put something like invalid date here. So this would be like the else statement. So if anything else fails, we'll always have a default. All right, so let's come back here, and today is Monday. All right. That word that you just saw there briefly is because I was spelling hello and I forgot the O, so it just spelled hell. All right, so don't get scared about that stuff. I forgot to put the O, just in case you saw that briefly there on the screen. But anyway, so as you can see, it works perfectly. Today is Monday. Really nice stuff. Now, let me concatenate this with the message because I was going to use that. So today is right here. So we can put that inside there because we have double quotes. And I can put this here like that. Let's just put that in there. Make sure that you save your file. And you can see the same thing here, right? And now, what I like about this, that is very flexible because now I can put that in there in the next one. And now if I change the day to maybe Tuesday here, if I refresh here, you can see that it changes, right? So that's a little bit more flexible. So this is one usage on something that for variables that you might find useful, right? We have dynamic data there. We don't have to repeat ourselves much with static data. We have dynamic variable data. And when you have these quotes, these double quotes, you can always put variables inside. If I had single quotes in PHP, that would be a problem, all right? As you can see there. So keep that in mind. And you can put square brackets, curly braces around your variables as well, just to, say, hey, listen, I'm actually using a variable. Sometimes you want to separate a variable from static data. And, just writing the name here like this might not be very useful. But if you put curly braces, you are saying, hey, listen, this is something special here. Okay? So anyway, you save your data and then you just have something like that. But anyway, of course, that is down here. So we have the statement actually executing. We'll just do something very similar here. So that way you can see that it does still work with the curly braces around it. This is for, you don't need to do this, but when you have a lot of text and you have variable names, you want to make sure that when anybody sees that code, they know that this keyword is special by putting curly braces. Okay, this is a good practice. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. And I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, we're going to start this section with getting to know functions in PHP. Now, functions in programming are pieces of code, blocks of code that we give a name to that we can reuse over and over again. Let me show you how this actually works. So I'm going to open some PHP tags here, and I'm going to define a function. Let me show you the definition of a function here. And remember, when I'm actually defining a function, I'm putting a value to it. I'm putting something inside the function. So we got a function keyword. That's what we need to do in PHP. And then we give it a name. Let's say, for example, greet. And then we give it a parenthesis right after. It doesn't have to have anything right now. But when you see a parenthesis in the programming world, know that these parentheses are there for a reason, right? We need to pass data into it later on. But right now, we just keep it like this, and we open some curly braces and close some curly braces, just like that. Now, I'm declaring a function here. It doesn't have anything, right? But if I split these lines like this, and I put some code inside, like echo, hello, welcome to PHP or something like that, then I'm defining a function here. Now, the great thing about this is that I can put as many lines as I want inside this function. A lot of different code, and I can just use one line to call all that functionality. Whatever functionality is, it's in there. So I'll use the name of the function to call it, right? So if I go and see this on the browser, let me see, actually, let me open this up. And you can see now that it says, hello, welcome to PHP, right? So this is the basic. This is a basic function, very, very basic, right? So you define the function with whatever you want to happen inside. And then later on, somewhere in your code, you call it anywhere you need it. So anyway, I'm going to give you some more examples of functions in the following lectures, but just know that this is a function, and you can go ahead and practice and create different functions. Maybe you want to create a function that adds a number or something. Maybe you can say, hey, calculate this, right? Calculate. And then you'll put something like 2 plus 2 plus 3. And then you'll call the function here. We'll use the name and we'll call it down here, just like that. Look at that, 5, right? If maybe you want to put a break tag in there, you can, all right? Just concatenate a break tag. So when we use the dot symbol here, this dot means concatenate, put something together, okay? So we can put a string or we can put a number. We're concatenating. This is very useful in programming. Concatenating, just like that, right? Hopefully I'm spelling that correctly, but you can concatenate something. Anyway, this is how you do it in PHP. In some languages, you use the plus symbol, just like that. But in this case, we don't use a plus symbol. We don't want to add something to it, right? Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. This is a basic function. And let's take it to the next lecture. Let's inspect functions a little bit more, deeper. See you then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So let's take a look at a function with parameters. So in this lecture here, let's go ahead and modify this functionality here that we have to greet a user, right? If we go and look at this, we can see that it says, hello, welcome to PHP. And if we want to modify this to greet a user, all we have to do is just pass a parameter here. This is a parameter because we are passing it right here when we are defining the function. When we are calling the function here, we call it arguments, okay? So here we will use a argument like Alice, something like that. And then when we do this here, we don't see anything different here because we're not using the variable, right? So what we can do is we can put the variable in here somewhere. So I'll put some curly braces. You don't have to do that. But just to differentiate, to distinguish the variable from the text, just for ourselves, right? So now if I do this, if I refresh, you can see that it says, hello, Alice, welcome to PHP. That's nice, right? So a function with parameters are very, very flexible, okay? So let me show you another example that we can actually do here. Let me make this a little bit more complex here. And I'm going to not call this function anymore because I don't want to echo anything out. Let's create another function here, just a little bit more complex. And let's just call it calculate rectangle area or something like that. Hopefully I'm spelling this correctly. I'll pass in the length and the width of a rectangle width. Hopefully I'm spelling that correctly. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to echo out the length times the width. Just like that. That's it, right? So now I'll call the function calculate rectangle area, and I pass in the length and the width, right? Just like that. And now when I come back here, you can see that that is the area of a rectangle, which its length is 10 and its width is 5. Simple as that, right? Perfect. And of course, you can modify this to say the area of the rectangle is, and you can put some text in here if you want. But this is so that way you can get an idea by passing parameters and using arguments. Now, that's it for this lecture, guys. I hope that was clear to you, and I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So one thing that you're going to see very often when we are using functions is the return keyword. So right now we are echoing out a value on the browser here, right? So most of the time, what you're going to be using functions with what you're going to be doing with functions, you're going to be needing to return the value out of the function. With that said, we're going to use a keyword called return. So this is going to return whatever results we get from here out of the function. So right now, if we say our document and we refresh, we don't see anything there because the value is being returned. So this is the value right here. If I want to get the value, I will have to echo this function out now. And you can see now that that works, right? So what is the advantage of using a return keyword? Well, you can assign this to a variable. And now you have the sum of the area, right? Now you have the area of a rectangle. Area, rectangle, right? And now what you could do is you could have another calculation here for some reason, whatever it is, let's say plus the area of a rectangle. And now, right, you get a different result. So you can use the process of a function, whatever you calculate, whatever you do inside, you can use it by returning its data. And then you can use it outside however you want. It's more flexible when you use the return keyword. Let's do another example here real quick, right? Let's just go and let me just take this off here, right? Let's do function and let's do calculate, calculate sum. And then we'll have a sum that is an A or a B, just like that. And then we'll return the calculation here. We'll do A plus B, right? And now what you do is you assign a variable to this. Calculate. Actually right here. That's why I wasn't able to see it. There we go. And now we can just calculate 5 or 10. Right? And then we get the sum and we can say echo. The sum is, let's just put something there and we'll just get that out right here. Just like that. And let's just come back here and let's see what we did wrong here. Oh, we don't have that function. We have it now. There we go. The sum is 15, right? So anyway, guys, very, very simple. Use the return keyword to manage your processing of data inside a function better outside of the function, right? So you can reuse that data somehow and assign it to variables and do whatever you want with it. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, I want to give you an example here using a function, passing a parameter, with also passing an argument, checking to see if a number is even. I just want to show you this so that way you can see how useful it is to actually use functions, and even something that we briefly touched, which was the modular operator, right? This is something that I want you guys to kind of, you don't have to understand it right away, but you will in the future. It is kind of useful in some situations. Now, I briefly touched on that subject when we were talking about operators. So I wanted just to include all that stuff in here since this is a progressive course. So let's create a function real quick here. And let's just make sure that this function has a descriptive name of what we are going to be doing, right? So we're going to pass an argument, or a parameter here. And it's going to be a number, so that we'll name the variable number, right? So now I'm going to do before I do this, actually, let me show you the modulo actually working, right? The modulo operator in action. So if I echo out a number like 27, and I use the modular operator here, the percentage symbol, and I say, and I put a 4 here. What do you think the result of this will be? Remember that the modular operator returns the remainder of a division. So if I multiply 4 times, how many times would it be close to 27? How many times do I have to multiply 4 by to get close to 27 or 27? So 4 times 3 is 12. That's too far away. 4 times 5 is 20. 4 times 6 is 24. And 4 times 7, yeah, it goes over, right? So 4 times 6 is the closest one, but I have a remainder of 3 to get to 27. You get my point? So it should be a remainder of 3. So now if I go ahead and check that, let me just open that in the browser, and you can see that it's actually a remainder of 3, right? So for me, that was kind of hard to understand at first. I was not the best in math when I was in school. But I was so fast doing math that my teacher saw the numbers in the paper, like the questions that I erased. And he always told me, why you always getting this bad, but you erased the right answer, actually. Not the questions, the answers. So I would do the math and I would do it over and over again, thinking it was wrong because it was too easy. But in reality, I was doing it right, but I was erasing it and putting the complete wrong question answer in the test. So I failed most of the tests because I thought they were just wrong because it was too easy for me. So it wasn't that I was bad at math, it was that I was confused, right? So anyway, just giving you a brief story about my past there. So I hope you understand this concept here. So let's go ahead and do another one. If I do 10 and I do 2, what do you think the remainder of those would be? I mean, I would have to multiply 2 times what to give me 10? 2 times 5, right? So I will have no remainder. So it should be 0, right? So if I do this by 6, right? How many times I have to multiply that? 6 times what? 1 time? That's correct. And then I have a remainder of 4, right? All right. Hopefully you understand that because we're about to do this right here, this calculation. I want you guys to have this information. Let me just put this here like this and use another syntax, right? Get used to it, guys. I mean, if you're going to write your code like this, like me, this is kind of old school. I like this approach. This is great. It's old school and it's new school, but I see more older code do the stuff like this. It's just because I can make things smaller, right? You're going to see new code like this. Anyway, so if I do if, let's just do an if statement here to say if number, and we put the modular operator here, is, and we put a 2, and then we put a 0. All right. Hopefully, you know exactly what I'm doing here. So just like before, right? Whatever number we pass in, let's just imagine for a minute is 10, and we put it to 2 modular, right? Then it will give me a remainder of 0. And we're saying if that's equal to 0, then I want to return, let's just return a Boolean value here just to make use of that. This is a progressive course. So we're using a bunch of things here, right? The modular operator, the variable, equality, we're using the keyword return, we're using the Boolean value, we're using parameters, we're using functions, right? We're using arguments now. So we're using a bunch of stuff here that we already covered. Now we're just gonna go and call the function is even. Let's just echo it out, is even, right there, just like that. So now if I just want to find out if something is even, I just put it here, right? But let me just do this else statement here first, and I'll return false here, just like that, right? So if something is even so I can do this in an if statement, or I can return, let me just actually use this in a different way. Let's go and say if is even, right? Then I want to say, well, and let's put the number here actually. Let's put this in a variable. Let's just put 10 in this case. And I'm going to say the number is even, just to make it more flexible. Now I'm concatenating stuff here. I'm putting stuff in, actually it's called string interpolation here when we put a variable inside a string like that. So we are putting that result in there. Anyway, and then we do an else statement here again, and we can say I will put here the number. We'll just copy this whole thing out. Is not even. There we go. So now we'll put the number in here. So that way we don't have to keep writing the stuff over and over, and we can just change it here. So now we'll come back here and we can say that 10, the number 10 is even. Let's just do that here as well. There we go. So that's nice, right? Let's go ahead and see if maybe a 15 is even, right? Is not even. Right? So the number 15 is not even. Let's just do is here. There we go. Okay. So now we have a little program here. Let me just make this a little smaller. A little program that finds out if a number is even. This is a really good stuff, good little program, because we can use this in throughout many different scenarios in a program, right? In a application online somewhere. So really nice stuff, guys. So hopefully you got a lot of it, out of this lecture. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing, wonderful student that took the time to take my course. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Alrighty. So in this lecture here, we are going to take a look at functions with default parameter values. So let's create one real quick. And let's just call this, and you're going to notice that I'm going to be using long names for functions. We want to be very descriptive when we are creating a function. So greet user with time as an example here. And we'll create a parameter here that is going to ask for a name, right? This function is going to have that requirement. And then we want to have a greeting there. But let's say, for example, we don't supply this greeting when we are calling this function. What do we do here? Let me make this a little smaller here. So we'll assign a good morning to it, or some type of greeting, right? Something like this. And then we'll, of course, use the function inside, and we'll say, let me just put this in double quotes so that way I can put the variable in. So we'll say greeting, name, and maybe we'll put a character space here so we can do we escape it, we put N for a new line actually, and we'll do that. All right, so this is just gonna be a new line. All right, now we can call the user with time, and we can say, hey, let's just pass in Alice. And here we'll do another one, and we'll pass in maybe Bob. And we'll say here something like a good evening. Just like that, right? Let's put here a break tag, a HTML break tag, so that way we have this, one on top of each other or we could have done a new line there if we wanted to, but we'll have that in the browser. So you can see that it says good morning, Alec, and it would be nice if it says Alice, and good morning, good evening, Bob. So as you can see here, if we don't pass a parameter here, an argument, it uses the default one. And when we pass in the argument here, it uses this one. So this is a default parameter value that we can pass in here like this by assigning already a value to a variable that we're passing in here, right, to this parameter. Really nice stuff, right? So you can see that we can use this in many different ways just by, using this example here, you can get some pretty good ideas. But you'll see stuff like this later on in the future, guys, when we start building applications. So get excited, get through these fundamentals. I know it's kind of boring when you're first learning. You're probably falling asleep sometimes because your brain is adjusting to new data, new information. And it feels uncomfortable because it's new, right? Unless you're really excited every single time, which probably you're not, you're going to fall asleep once in a while. Your eyes are going to try to close. So keep going, shake it off, go take a shower, go take 15 minutes, break, take a little bit of coffee or some type of natural juice and get back to it. All right. No, remember what you're doing this for. Always. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I hope you guys are having a really awesome day. So we're going to take a look at loops. Loops are something that's not explicitly done only for PHP, but it's done for most programming languages. It's a very, very useful feature that we use all the time in programs. They're very useful. So a loop is used when you want to repeat code over and over again, when you want to execute code repeatedly until a condition is actually met. So let me show you an example here. So we're going to use the for loop. That's the first one that we're going to be using. And the for loop is used when you already know how many times you want to execute a statement or a block of statements. So let me show you. So this is the syntax here, the for keyword. And then we have some conditions here, some stuff, some parameters that we pass in. And then we have these curly braces to execute some type of code in between here, just like a function. right? Now this, it's a little bit different than a function because instead of separating parameters here by commas, we do that by semicolons. Let me show you. So the first thing here that a loop is going to require is the index, right? We're going to say, well, the index is going to be equal to whatever you want. In this case, it's going to be equal to 1. And then I'm going to separate the next parameter here with a semicolon. And I'm going to say, well, the second thing here would be the condition. What condition do I want? Well, usually we want the index to be some type of number. So we're going to say, well, as long as the index is smaller or equal than 5, right? So when it gets to 5, this code here will execute. But in order for that to get to 5, we need to increment the value of index. Because if not, index is always going to be equal to 1. So the last here would be the increment. So here we increment the value of index by doing the increment operator. So that's what we're using here. And let me just put a semicolon here. Sorry about that. So we put an increment operator. This index, every time the loop executes this code here, whatever code is in here, it goes back into the second because this here will be incrementing it. So let me show you. So we'll do echo and we'll say number, for example, and then we'll say the index and the new line right here, just like that, right? So we put in the index value in here. So that way you can see every time the loop goes around what the index value would be, right? So if I go back into my browser here, you can see that it says number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? And it's supposed to be executing a new line. Let me see that. Well, let's put a concatenate there, I can actually put it right here, a break tag so that I can go into I can do a break tag just like that. So I can go in here like this, all right? So you can see that. Now, if I take this equal symbol, then it would not get to 5. It will get to 4 because I'm saying as long as it's smaller than 1, right? It's smaller than 5, then execute the line. So it doesn't get to 5, all right? Just keep that in mind. So this is a for loop. So this is only done when you know how many times you want to loop or execute a block of statements or just a statement, right? Anyway, let's go and go through the next. Go through to the next lecture where we're going to show you some more examples. I'm going to show you later on some more examples about loops, but once we're done, learning the syntax of each of these types of loops in PHP, we're going to jump into creating, looping through data, which is why most of the time we use loops for. I'll see you guys on the next lectures. So PHP has several different loops formats that we can actually use. So we have the for loop here, which is code that executes over and over again, right? But we have to know the amount of times that we want to execute the code. For example, we know that we want to execute the code here less or equal than 5 times. Now, there is another format here called the while loop, right? And this is something very general in most programming languages. We're going to have some type of for loop and we're going to have some type of while loops in most high-level languages. All right, so the while loops execute code as long as a specified condition is evaluated to true. All right, as long as something is true, then this code is going to keep repeating itself until it's no longer true, right? For example, and the while loop works like this. We have an index here on top, and let's say the index is equal to 1, and the while loop syntax is very simple. We just have a condition here. And we're going to say index, as long as index is less or equal than 5, we're going to do the same thing we did here. Then I want you to keep executing the code. So I'm going to keep executing this code just like that. But instead of having the increment inside the parentheses, we're going to have it down here. Okay. So we'll increment the index there. So let's go ahead and comment this out. So as you can see that this here is saying, wow, the index is less than 5. I want you to keep executing this, and we just increment it. So again, this loop executes as long as a specified condition evaluates to true. So you can see that we have the same thing again here. Okay, simple as that. Now let's look into another loop in the. Let's do it on this lecture here. So we have the while loop on here. and then we're going to get into the do while loop. All right. So this do while, and this is the syntax here, do. So we first do something, and then we give the condition here, while, just like that. All right. So this is the syntax here. So the loop is very similar to the while loop, right? But it executes the code at least once before checking the condition. So it's very similar, because think about it. We're still doing while here, but we're first doing something first. So it first executes this piece of code, and then it checks the condition. So let's go ahead and we execute the code like this. We'll grab it right here. Very similar, but we have to execute the code at least once, and then we give it a condition. So I'm just going to put this guy here, just like that. Right? And then, of course, the index. Let's get the index down here, up here. And let's do this. There we go. All right, that should work, right? So let's get it done here. There we go. See that? Very, very nice. All right. So that's it. I'm going to give you guys these two formats on this lecture here, because I want you guys to play around with this a little bit. I want you to do it in the code, but don't worry, we're going to practice this stuff a lot in some sections that I got coming for you. So if for some reason you get asked in this platform if you get enough practice, say yes, because you're going to have sections that are going to have a lot of practice. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, we're going to be using another format of loops in PHP called for each, something that is available in all the languages as well. But let me just go ahead and comment this out. Let me show you this syntax here for this for each. So the for each is super simple, but when you get into know it, it might look a little difficult. So the for each is specifically used to loop through arrays. What are arrays? Well, arrays are just like variables, right? They're variables that can contain multiple types of data. And let's say you want to create an array here, we use square brackets. And then in here, we create the values separated by commas, right? In this case, I'm just going to put red, not read, but red, and maybe blue and green here. As a matter of fact, let's just do RGB, right? Let's do green and blue, right? And if you don't know what RGB means, it means red, green, and blue. And we're going to take a look at that in future videos when it has to do with colors for CSS and things like that. I know you guys, some of you are going to take my courses, my HTML CSS course, and you're going to see me playing around with RGB colors in that course. And maybe I have other courses that play around with colors for HTML stuff. But anyway, so if we want to loop through these values, if I want to grab this variable here and echo out the value of each of these indexes. These are called indexes. All right. This is index 0, 1, and 2. Anyway, we'll get to arrays later on, but just for your information, that's what they are. So let me show you how you can loop through it. So we say, hey, colors as color, and then we'll get the color out here, color, and we'll get the color to be something like that. And we'll put a break tag in here for each of these colors, just like that. Okay. And you can see color red, green, and blue. So this loop here specifically is used to get into the variable, or in this case, a variable that's actually an array. It's called array like this. And in some languages, it's actually they are called lists. All right. But they are just containers, right? They are just containers, variables that hold multiple types of data. Simple as that. And we use this for each to loop through them. Okay? Simple as that. And we can actually loop through other types of arrays which have indexes. For example, let's just name this array person. Person. Guys, and it's okay if you don't understand it much. We'll get to arrays later on, but just know that this is how we do it here. And we'll just call this Edwin. And maybe Edwin has an age of, let's take the comma off. And we'll have an age of 23. I wish, right? Anyway, so we can loop through that, and we can loop through the person, watch this, as key, right? So the key would be this guy right here. This is the key, and this is the value. This is an associative array. We'll get to that later. You don't need to understand it 100% now. Just know that we can loop through those as well. Okay, and here we can just replace this with key, and this one we can replace with value. Okay, and you can see there the key and the value. All right, perfect. Actually, as a matter of fact, let's just put the key here just like that. All right, that will work. And name and age. All right. So for each are specifically meant to loop through data. Anyway, so now you saw how we were able to loop through an index array and an associative array, which is something that we're going to have a section on because we got a lot to do, a lot to learn from arrays. All right, we're going to use that section to do a lot of different things. I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care. So there are times when we need to break out of the loop before we finish executing some code. And for that, we have a keyword called break. Let me show you an example here. So this break here, it's just a keyword, just like return, okay? And we just exit out of the loop early, basically. So let's just create an example here. So I'm going to create a loop, a for loop, and let's have an index here. Index, let's make this equal to 1. Let's put a semicolon here for the condition. And we'll say as long as index is less or equal than 5, then we want to increment, to make that happen. As long as it's less or equal than 5, I want you to execute something. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say if index is 3, equal to 3, as a matter of fact, let's just do equal instead of doing the strict version of it. I want to break out, just like that. That's what the break keyword is good for. So once it gets to this condition here, to the index being equal to 3, break out of the loop. And I'll show you this one here like this by saying number, and we'll just put the index here, and we'll put a break tag right here, just like that. All right, let's check it out. So we can see 1, 2, and 3. It didn't even finish, and we didn't even get to 4 or 5, right? Because we just broke out of the loop when we got to 3, right? So if we do something similar there with the keyword continue, sometimes what we need to do is actually continue. We can skip an iteration by using the keyword continue. Just like that. Continue. Watch this. So continue works a little bit different. This is just going to skip it instead of breaking out completely. So it's going to skip number 3, and it should give me number 4 and 5. Okay? So that's what those, you don't see a lot of usage right now for this, but in the future, when you're building application, there are times when we want to just break out of the loop when we find a condition earlier than expected. We'll want to break out, and when we want to skip something that it's not very useful for us to process on that specific functionality. Continue is a good keyword to do that, to skip over that. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. This is the Break and Continue lecture for loops, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing, wonderful student. So in this lecture here, we're going to start learning about arrays. And we're going to start with the index array. Now, we already took a look at an index array, and we probably already know the syntax. So it looks like this. We have a variable that's going to hold some values, and we have the square brackets. And in the square brackets, we can identify, or we can put different values in here. We're just going to put strings now, but we can have all different values, and we're going to see that later. But right now, I'm just going to put some fruits in here because I'm hungry for fruits, not for anything else. Just fruits. So automatically in this language and many other languages, when we put some type of format here, some type of syntax, we are assigning not just the data that's in here to this variable, but we are assigning a data type, all right? Like in PHP, in this language, and also in Python, right? We make this a array or a list, okay? Now we can access individual data from this list, from this array, by using the square brackets again, but we use the name of the variable, and then we use the square brackets, and then we use numbers in this case, okay? Because this is a indexed array. So these are called indices when we talk about in plural, indices, just like that, okay? And indices in programming start in 0. They start at 0, most of the time, okay? So 0, 1, and 2. So right now, what we should see in the screen here, let me just open this up. We should see the first one there, Apple. And if we want the second one, we will have to do this. I know it's a little bit confusing, but that's how it works. You'll get used to it. So there are some instances where you can change the index, the index in some of the functionalities of programs. So that way, when you say, hey, I want the first item, you get the first item, right? Instead of just getting the 0 item, right? But this is the way that this thing actually works. And you should leave it just the way it works, unless you get really advanced and you want to customize your applications. But most of the time, they're going to be 0, 1, and 2. So that's the way that works. Now, you can assign data. So we can access elements by doing this, right? Access elements in array, by doing this here. And we can add elements. So let's just add some elements here. Adding new element to the array, just like that here. And we can add by using the name of that variable, along with the square brackets, empty square brackets, and we do the assignment operator with whatever we want to add. So let's just say mango here. Oh, I love that fruit, mango, right? Beautiful. And then we'll echo out or use var dump to dump the fruits here so we can see it. There we go. So let me just comment this out, and we can see that it's an array, and we are dumping out all the values out of it, and we can see mango added to the end of it. All right? Really, really nice. So this is an index array, okay? Because it has 0, 1, and 2, and whatever other indices you want to put in there. But this is the way that we access it, and this is the way that we add to it. All right, guys, I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture, we're going to learn about associative array. So we already seen this type of format before, or this type of array, but I want to make it more clear onto what they are and how we can use them. So I'm going to create a person array here that's going to have a couple different keys. So as an associative array is going to, its keys, its indexes are going to be keys, are going to be named. All right. So associative array use name keys, strings to store values. So these arrays use named keys. Remember that before we had index keys. All right, so that's what we used before. In index were zeros. Right? So they were zeros in the last lecture, right? So here we use keys, and we use this format like this to put the value. For example, my name, right? And then we'll say the age. And the age would be, I don't know, 25 or 24. That would be nice, right? Let's say the city here would be, where I am right now is Santiago, right? Or Punta Cana, where I would be in day. So nice. Let's go in here and let's go and echo some of these values out. So how do we echo them? Well, we say person, and then we'll grab the key, And it can be single quotes as well, guys. So if you feel more comfortable putting single quotes, go ahead and do that. So I'll say, I want to, as a matter of fact, let me see. So the person, let me actually give a new value to this. I was going to access the name here, but we already know how to do this, right? We already know how to echo this information. We'll come back here and we can echo the whole name. But let's actually do something different here. Let's add something to it. Add another element to this array. Right? So we know how to add to indexed array, but we don't know how to add to the associative array. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's add a profession to this array, profession key. And let me also give it a value here of developer, right? So instructor, developer, something like that, right? And then we have it. But we're not going to echo that stuff out. What we're going to do is we're going to leave it like this. And then we're going to be using a for each loop to loop through this. So I'm going to say as a person, well, person as a key, which would be the key of the array, and then the value. Then we're going to loop through it and we're going to echo it out now. So we'll say, well, I want to echo out the key and I want to echo out the value with a new line here. Let's just put a break. Perfect. So let's go here and you can see now it says Edwin Diaz, age 24, city Punta Cana, and then we say profession instructor developer, right? So this is how you can add another element to that array. We saw this before, but I wanted to make it a little clear on what you can do with it, all right? So perfect. Let's go and jump into the next lecture. Guys, go ahead and practice a little bit. You're going to have some code that I'm going to put there for you, but go ahead and try to play around with this code here and do your own so that way you're not lost in this course. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture here, we're going to take a look at multi-dimensional arrays. Very important in programming. We use them a lot. So I'm going to create a product variable here that's going to be an array that's going to have different products. Okay. So we'll come back here. We'll give this a name. So we'll have actually another array here that is going to have a name for our product. And this is going to be, let's say, like a laptop or something like that. Laptop, right? Then we're going to have also for this laptop a price. And the price would be $1,000, right? I know that's a little steep for some of us. So maybe we have 5 in stocks. All right. So we're building an e-commerce website and we have these products. All right. So let me just copy this down and let's create a couple different ones in here. This one would be, maybe we'll sell some accessories for it, a mouse, and maybe we'll sell this for $20 and we'll have 20 of them. All right. So maybe here we'll do keyboard, right? We can sell laptops or computers without keyboard. And the price for a keyboard, I think it's like 20, $30. Let's just put $40 just in case. And we'll have just 30 of those. Perfect. All right. So now that we have those, how do we, let's say, access these elements? So let's access these elements. Multi-dimensional arrays. So how do we access this? Well, we'll do echo. Let's just use, first of all, we know that we need to use the name of the variable, right? Of the array. And then we know that we can access that first, if you notice, this is a multi-dimensional array, but what we have in the front here is the first index. This whole thing here is in the first index of this array. All right. So we'll just say 0. And then we access whatever we want to access from this first pack of data. And we want to access the name just like that, as you can see. And now if we do that, and of course we echo the laptop, right? So, and I didn't mean the whole pack here. I meant the first product here, as you can see, is the first index. This is the second. This is the third. I didn't mean the whole thing here, because remember that each of these indexes are separated by a colon, by a comma. All right. So if we wanted to access the second product, we will do first or one. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, so if we want to access the price of the first one, right? We access the name of it already. So we access the price. And we'll see that. All right. So anyway, let's go ahead and loop through this and let's check it out. Guys, this is one of the reasons I tell you to always, when I'm doing something like on the screen here, right? I might be doing something in my head, and sometimes I might make a mistake, one or two mistakes, just like I did a couple seconds ago, right? When I was explaining something. And I'm not going to edit the video because I want you to understand something, right? Sometimes you're going to have stuff in your head about other things, and that's going to, interact with what you're doing in the present moment. So that's why you need to write the code, because if you just think about it, right? If you just think about it, things are not going to work 100% unless you put it down on paper or unless you put it down on the editor. So make sure you write your code down. You can think whatever you want in your head at any given moment, but make sure you are practicing and putting stuff on the editor there, so that way you can actually see it. All right, because I know some of you are watching the videos and not writing the stuff down, not putting the stuff down, not writing code. And that's not going to work for you. You're not going to learn enough, right? You're not going to encounter problems. You need to encounter problems. All right. Anyway, so let's loop through all this stuff so that way we can see how we can loop through multidimensional arrays. So let's go and loop through products, and we're going to loop and make sure that each of these become one product. And then we can just echo out. And let's just say, I want to echo out the product name of each of these products. And I want to concatenate it. I want to put it together with some strings. And what are the strings? I'm going to say cost, and we're going to put a little dollar symbol here. And then I'm going to concatenate it with the product price. Simple as that. Product price. There we go. And then I'm going to concatenate it with a BR tag for HTML, so that way we can see it on the screen like this. So you can see that it says laptop costs 1,000, mouse costs 20, keyboard costs 40. Really cool stuff, guys. All right. So we are done with this functionality. I think it was very useful to write this as we did, so that way you guys have a pretty good idea. But don't worry, we're going to be practicing a lot more than this in the future videos. I just want you guys to get it done, at least with the foundations, with the basics of what we're doing here with loops, arrays, variables, functions, and all that stuff. Once we're done, we're going to jump into creating applications and seeing how all these things are put together into a real life project that we can feel proud of creating. I'll see you guys in future videos. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. Since this is a progressive course, I figure we can create a functionality here where we can put some of the things that we have learned already, like functions, into this functionality here of associative arrays, right? So I kind of misspelled this on top here, so don't worry too much about my misspelling. My English is not my first language, all right? So you can see that it says associative is actually without the D, all right? Anyway, so here is what we're going to do. We're going to build a functionality here where we're going to be returning all the sums of what we are purchasing here, right? Because we're making believe here that we are purchasing a laptop, maybe we're purchasing a mouse and a keyboard, and we're going to add all that up and tell the customer, hey, listen, this is what you need to pay, right? So let's build that functionality where we can create or calculate the price. So the first thing is that I'm going to do is create a function here. So let me put this a little bigger here so that way you can see it a little better, right? Is that good? All right, perfect. So let's create a function here. Let's just do this, and let's just call it calculate total price, like that. And then we'll pass in the products as in the parameters, right? So that's that variable we have on top there. we'll pass that in so we can use it inside. So here I'll create a total, and we're going to start with 0, right? So that's a variable. And now I'm going to grab this for each, and I'm going to paste it here because I'm going to use it. All right. I'm not going to use this echo here. I'm going to bring that out and put that in here. What I want to do here is I want to grab the total right here, but instead of assigning data like the price, let me just show you here. So let me see if I have it down here. So I have this price here, right? So every time the loop goes around, we're going to add the price into this total variable. But I don't want to just add it. I want to sum it. I want to add to it. I want to add each product's price. So every time the loop is going around, I want to add. So I'm going to put a plus symbol here and a equal symbol. That's just going to add to it. It's not just going to add one time. It's going to keep adding every time it goes around, right? So this is going to give me the sum, the total, all right? So every time it goes around, it's going to keep adding one product's price, another product's price, and another product's price until it's done. And we're going to have the total right here. And what we're going to do once we're done with this, because I needed to initialize the value here outside of this for each. So that way, when it's done, I can go ahead and return the total right here. Because I don't want to do that inside here, this for each. I don't want to return the total for each because it's going to stop the first time it goes around. Remember, this return is going to stop the loop. All right? It's just going to return one value out. It's not going to keep going, right? So we want it to keep going as long, through all the products. And once it's done through all the products, then I want to return the total once it's done, right? So that's going to keep accumulating 1, 2, and 3. Once it finishes accumulating, then it's going to go into the next line of code, and we're going to have the total here of all the products. So now I have all that stuff in there. And what I can do is I can use this. Let me create another variable, actually. And I'm going to put total price in here. And then I'm going to use the name of the function. All right, just right here. And I'm going to put that in there. And I'm going to pass in the products again. Okay. And let's see. And then I'm going to use echo. I can use this echo here. And this echo, I have to change the whole thing. Let's just put total price for all products, or should I say of all products. And then we'll just put the dollar symbol here, and we can concatenate the total price right here. Let's see if we can make this work, if we're not forgetting anything, any semicolon or anything like that. And let's go ahead and open this up. And you can see it says total price of all products is $1,060. That looks like it's the product price, right? Because the total, because we have 1,000 plus 20, that's 1,020 plus 40 is 1,060. So there you have it, guys. All right. So you can go ahead and play around with the code and learn how to do this stuff. I'm going to make it a little smaller so you can see the whole thing in there. All righty. That's perfect. Let's make it a little smaller, right? Right there. And you can put a description here on what you're doing when you're writing code. I'm not putting it because I'm actually showing you this stuff. I want it to be very clear on what I'm doing here. So you can see the whole code in there. Right? Go ahead and try it yourself, guys. I want you to start writing the code so that way it stays in your brain and you don't forget tomorrow or you don't forget in the next 5 minutes. Okay? I'll see you guys in the next following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my beautiful students. So in this lecture here, we're going to discuss about superglobals. And superglobals are variables that have data that are available to us throughout our whole program, our whole scope of our application. They could be inside functions. They could be outside functions. They're always going to be available. All right. So I'm referring to these guys right here. Right. So they are variables, or should I say arrays, because they have multiple types. They have many types of data inside. Right. So for example, we have globals. We have Globals is the main thing, right? Then we have server like this. Then we have requests. And when you see them with a dollar symbol underscore like this, that's a super global, all right? And you're gonna see them throughout this whole course. We're gonna get to know them very good because we're gonna use many of them, all right, just to do many different things. So as you can see, there are a couple of them, and we're gonna get to know a couple of them right now. So let's just go and start with the simplest one. So let me give you an example here right now. So this array here is gonna hold everything that's global available to us, like any variable that's defined in the global scope. For example, let's define, the name of our app, right? So app, let's define this variable here. And let's call our app PHP CMS or something like that. So I'm defining that in the global scope, meaning that it's not going inside a function, right? So right now, this is going to be outside of a function, and we're going to call this function example func, just like that, sample function, right? And then we're going to echo out. So right now, if I try to echo out this variable here, just like that, let me just put my cursor over there here, and you can see that it says undefined variable app. So it's not available inside the function. I want you to understand that stuff. So let's make this available inside the function by using these globals array, right? Just like that. And I'll use app like this. And now if I come back here, you can see that it is available to me. Now, if I create another one, app2, right? And let's go ahead and try to do something like this here. Maybe we'll print R here. Oh, hold on. Let me just put the parentheses here, right? So you can see that it says PHP CMS, and then app2 says PHP CMS as well. So we can just change this, and we can say, let me just take that off, JS CMS. And you can see that it has everything that's globally defined in our app. That's the simplest way that I can describe globals, right? So now let's go ahead and comment this out. And let's go ahead and use another one. Let me just put that there. So there is another one called the get request here. So this get super global is in charge of getting anything that's in the query string here on top. All right, everything that's in the URL is a get request. So let me give you an example here real quick. Let's go here, and I'm just going to put name, and let's use it. All right, just like that. And then I'll do age, just like that. And now I'll just do echo name. And I'll just put something here saying something like name. I'll put a space there. I'll concatenate it. And I'll put a BR tag here as well. Just to, let me see something here. Let me put a BR tag here. Just like that. And this we can put in the next line. Just like that. Let's put a semicolon here. All right. Let's come back here, put that there. All right, let's see. And H. All right. Let's come back here, and you can see that they are both empty now, right? So watch this. They're both empty. Let me see if I can get this here to work. So I'm going to put a question mark on the query string here. And then I'm going to put my name here, Edwin, just like that. Let me see. So question, as a matter of fact, it's not a question mark, it's an ampersand that I need to put in there. And then I would do ampersand Edwin, and then another ampersand H. All right, so yeah, that's not gonna work like that. I'm gonna have to do it in my Let me see what I got. Super globals. I'm gonna have to do it in my localhost. So localhost basics super globals. There we go. And now I'll do name and I'll do Edwin. And you can see that there now. So right here, the query strings, we pass in some data in the URL, all right? And you can pass some data with the first parameter needs to have a question mark, then the name, right? What you want, which is this guy here, this here. This would be after. So the query string works like this. This is how it's going to be on top. So localhost, right? Then we have the folder name. And let me put this in here like this. So basics. Then the file name, super globals. That's what the file is right here. Super globals, right? .php. And after that, then we have a query string just like that. And let me just put this down. So you got it, right? So look, you're going to have your local host, the name, the folder where all this stuff is located, and the file where everything's located. Now, what I want you to understand is that this works like this, all right? So after the PHP right here, you need a question mark to actually get a query string. So a question mark and the name of your query string, which is going to be name here, and then the equal symbol, and then the value, okay? Whatever the value is, and this, in my case, it was going to be Edwin. And then after the first value here, which is always a question mark, then you use for every other value, every other key and value, you're going to use an ampersand. So age equals 25 or 24, and then another ampersand if I wanted something else, because after that first one, after the first question mark, every key and value are going to be separated by ampersand, right? So here would be something like status, and then I'll put single here. So if I wanted to get status, I will create another one here. And you can see the query strings here, guys. Look, you see how that goes? All right, so I'm going to copy and paste that into the browser, and you're going to see it. So this will be status. All right, and so status. There we go. And then I'm going to echo that out as well here, like that. And I'm going to put status. I'm going to put a BR tag in here as well. All right. All right, so that should be good there. Let me just go ahead and copy all this stuff here. So let's copy all this. And I'm going to paste that after file name right here. And paste that in there and press enter. And now you can see that works, how that works. All right? Perfect. Anyway, you guys don't have to, learn too much about this now. I just want to show you what the super globals actually can do. All right. So that's one of the super globals called get. Now we have other super globals, and we're going to take a look at those in the following, not the following lecture, but later on in the course. I just want you guys to know that we have so many super globals. I'm going to give you a list on some of the super globals, but I'm going to also give you guys some examples later on in the course. One of the most common super globals are the server ones. So you can get a lot, and you can find out more information about it here. So you can get some of the server information. For example, maybe you want the server name. So you can have the server name, like this. So you can see that our server name is localhost. Maybe you want to have this outputs the file that we're currently running the scripts. So this will be PHP self. Watch this. And you can see the file location where we are executing this from, right? So there are so many different, so much information that you can get from here. Let me give you another one here. You can use this one, HTTP user agent. So you can see some of the information about the browser that I'm actually using at the time I'm recording this video. All right. So you can see some of the browser's information in my computer. So you can see Mozilla. It is an Intel Mac 10.15.7, the Apple WebKit for Chrome. This is the engine, right? Gecko. So, and then we have Safari. So these are all the browsers that I got in my computer. All right, guys. That's it for this lecture here. Really, superglobals are just basically variables that have data in our server that we can access anytime. And that data is actually globally accessed. It can be globally accessed from anybody, from anywhere in our programs. All right, we're going to take a look at some of them later when we start creating more useful programs. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next following lectures. Take care.